Tonight, let's just slip back in time. Back to the hushed parlors and candlelit rooms where love wasn't what it is today, but a dance. A carefully choreographed dance of ink, wax, and whispered promises. You can almost smell it, can't you? The lavender-scented paper. You can feel the weight of a sealed envelope, held in trembling hands. You can almost hear the rustle of petticoats as a young woman breaks that crimson wax seal to read words that just might change her entire life. Before we had telephones, before text messages, before you could swipe right on a picture of someone's face, courtship was a true art form. It was a negotiation, as delicate as diplomacy between two warring nations. One single misplaced word in a letter could doom a romance before it ever had a chance to begin. One token, given at the wrong moment, could spark a scandal that would ruin reputations for generations to come. This story, it might just solve some mysteries you never knew you had an explanation for, like why we still talk about tying the knot, or how engagement rings became so non-negotiable. So before we dive into this story together, please take just a moment to help me out by subscribing to the channel, liking and sharing this video, or maybe even leaving a comment below. But only do it if you genuinely like what I'm bringing to you tonight. Tell me where you're watching from, or what the most romantic thing anyone has ever done for you was. I really do love hearing your stories, just as much as you love drifting off to mine. Now, let's keep the lights as soft as they can be. Turn on a fan for that gentle sound, to help the story feel a little more emotional, and let's start tonight's journey together. Imagine you're standing in a modest sitting room, somewhere in 1780s England, and your hands are shaking. It's not from the cold, the fire is crackling warmly in the hearth, but from the sheer weight of what you're about to do. You've just finished composing a letter, 3 pages long. You actually rewrote the second page 4 different times because you couldn't decide if esteemed sounded too formal, or if dearest was just a little too presumptuous. The paper itself cost you what you'd earn in a week. It's a cream-colored paper, pressed with fine linen fibers, the kind that just whispers quality when you hold it up to the light. You've chosen your very best quill, the one with the swan feather, and your ink is fresh. None of that watered-down rubbish that fades to a dull gray within a month. This letter is your opening move in the most important negotiation of your entire life, courtship. And you should make no mistake, that's exactly what it was. A negotiation. It wasn't the spontaneous, chemistry-fueled romance that we imagine today, but a calculated exchange that involved families, finances, social standing, and yes, sometimes, just sometimes, actual affection. The letter in your hand is both a legal document and a love poem, a financial proposal and a heartfelt plea all at once. If you get it wrong, you'll be the subject of gossip in every single drawing room in the county. But if you get it right, you might just secure your future. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the written word carried a kind of gravity that we've almost completely lost. A letter wasn't just a form of communication, it was evidence. It could be used in a breach of promise lawsuit if an engagement happened to fall apart. It could be read aloud in a courtroom if a scandal suddenly erupted. It could be shown to disapproving parents as solid proof of an unsuitable attachment. Historians today still argue about whether the formalization of courtship correspondence actually empowered women, or if it just created more elaborate cages for them. Some scholars point to the letters as evidence that women exercised real choice in their romantic lives. Others note that every single word a woman wrote was scrutinized by chaperones, by parents, and by society at large, which made the idea of choice a rather flexible concept. The ritual of letter-writing courtship had rules that were as rigid as any legal contract. A gentleman couldn't just write to an unmarried woman out of the blue. That would have been scandalous, suggesting an improper level of familiarity. First, there had to be an introduction, usually at some social gathering where you had been properly presented to one another, and then, perhaps, a chaperoned conversation. Only after several encounters like that could a man even dare to request permission to write. And even then, his very first letter had to be addressed to the woman's father, requesting the privilege of corresponding with his daughter. You remember the first letter you received from your own suitor, don't you? It arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a boy from the posting house. Your mother intercepted it naturally, and she read it before you ever did. It wasn't out of nosiness. Well, not entirely, but because that was simply the protocol. The letter itself was maddeningly proper. It praised your agreeable manners and your refined sensibilities. It mentioned your conversation about botany at the Hendersons' garden party. It expressed a respectful wish to continue our acquaintance through the medium of correspondence, should such be deemed appropriate by your esteemed parents. He was no Lord Byron, was he? But that was precisely the point. Passion was dangerous. Passion suggested a loss of control, and controlled people were the ones who made sensible marriages. The paper itself spoke volumes before a single word was even read. Quality stationery was a clear announcement of wealth and taste. Poor paper, something thin, rough, and badly cut, marked you as common. Some enterprising young men would even borrow good paper from wealthier friends for their courtship letters, gambling that by the time the deception was discovered, the engagement would already be secure. Women, meanwhile, were taught penmanship as a crucial accomplishment, and your handwriting was judged just as critically as your face. A flowing, elegant script suggested refinement and a good education. Shaky, uneven letters might hint at poor breeding, or even worse, insufficient schooling. The opening lines of a courtship letter followed prescribed formulas that would make modern dating profiles look wildly creative. My dear Miss Surname was considered acceptable after you'd had several exchanges. My dearest first name was a bold escalation, suggesting that the relationship had progressed to a genuine intimacy, and it could only be used if you were quite certain of your standing. Men agonized over these salutations. If you were too familiar, you offend. If you were too cold, you'd suggest disinterest. The content, too, was a minefield. You were expected to be interesting without being controversial, affectionate without being improper, and personal without being intimate. Letters often included discussions of books, music, observations about nature, and shared social events. A man might describe a sunset he'd witnessed and express the wish that his correspondent had been there to share it with him. A coded way of saying, "I think about you constantly," without actually saying anything so embarrassingly direct. A woman might mention that she had pressed a flower from her garden into the letter, a small token that said, "I spent time thinking of you," all while maintaining perfect propriety. The frequency of correspondence was a declaration in itself. In the early stages, 1 letter per week was considered appropriate. Any more than that suggested an unseemly eagerness. As a courtship progressed, the pace might increase to twice a week. Daily letters were reserved for couples who were already engaged or those who were separated by a great distance, and even then, some eyebrows would be raised. The interval between sending a letter and receiving a reply was pure agony. You calculate 3 days for delivery, a day for her to compose a response, 3 days for the return a week. If 10 days passed without a reply, a sense of panic would set in. Had you offended her? Had she lost interest? Had her father forbidden any further correspondence? The physical act of sealing a letter was laden with meaning, but we'll save that delicious detail for later. For now, you fold your pages carefully, just the way you've been taught, in thirds, then in half, creating a packet that is both compact and elegant. Your heart hammers in your chest as you prepare to entrust this piece of your soul to the postal system, to fate, to the person whose answer will determine whether your future holds companionship or loneliness, prosperity or struggle, joy or mere endurance. And somewhere across town, in another sitting room, another person opens your letter with trembling fingers, and the negotiation begins. You press your thumb into the warm wax, watching it spread across the folded edge of your letter like a drop of blood sealing a pact. The crimson blob is still soft, still malleable, and you have maybe 3 seconds to make your mark before it hardens into permanence. You reach for your seal, a small brass stamp no larger than a coin, something you inherited from your grandfather, engraved with your family's crest, a lion rampant clutching a rose. The symbolism isn't lost on you, courage and love, all intertwined. You press down firmly, hold it for a breath, and then lift. Perfect. The wax now bears your signature in miniature, a 3-dimensional promise that this letter has traveled untouched from your hand to your beloveds. But what if you wanted to say more than your seal could ever show? What if the real message wasn't meant for anyone's eyes, but just one person? Welcome to the golden age of secret codes and hidden meanings, a time when lovers became amateur cryptographers, and every letter was potentially a puzzle to be solved. The wax seal itself was the very first line of defense. In an era when privacy was a luxury and mail was routinely inspected by nosy servants, suspicious parents, and even postal workers looking for seditious content. That little blob of wax was your personal security system. Any tampering would be immediately obvious. The seal would break, the wax would crack, the impression would be incomplete. Some particularly paranoid correspondents would even mix their wax with distinctive ingredients, like a pinch of gold dust, a drop of perfume, or even strands of their own hair. The recipient would know right away if their letter had been opened and resealed by prying hands. The choice of wax color was a code in itself. Red was standard, the default option, suggesting nothing more than conventional correspondence. But you could buy wax in other hues if you knew where to look. Black wax announced mourning or some kind of grave news. Gold or yellow suggested a celebration. Green, in certain circles, hinted at jealousy or suspicion. You might send a green-sealed letter if you'd heard rumors about your sweetheart's fidelity and wanted to signal your displeasure without writing anything directly accusatory. White wax was for the purest of declarations, often used for marriage proposals. And pink was the color of playful flirtation, of a romance that hadn't yet settled into a serious negotiation. Some lovers developed entirely personal sealing codes. A seal pressed at a slight angle might mean, "I'm being watched, be careful." A tiny notch filed into the edge of the seal created an irregular impression that said, "This is genuinely from me. Beware of forgeries." One couple in Georgian England reportedly used 3 different seals in rotation. One for ordinary letters, one for urgent matters, and one that meant, "Destroy this after reading." But the real artistry emerged when you moved beyond the seals and into the text itself. You couldn't just write, "Meet me behind the chapel at midnight," if there was any chance your letter might be intercepted. So you learned how to hide your messages inside innocent-seeming prose. The simplest method was the skip code, where every third word, or every fifth, or every word beginning with a capital letter spelled out your secret message. "My dear cousin, I trust Helena understands really secretly. Dear Anne, yesterday's storm brought rain evening after tomorrow. Read normally. It's just small talk about the weather. But read the capitalized first letters, M.Y. dearest." It was clumsy, perhaps, but effective if your correspondent knew what to look for. More sophisticated lovers used book codes. You would both own the same edition of a popular novel, say, a printing of Samuel Richardson's Pamela. Your letter would contain seemingly random number sequences. I was reminded today of 87, 4, 9, and also of 203, a 15, a 3. This meant page 87, line 4, word 9, and page 203, line 15, word 3. Your beloved would pull out her copy of the book, find those exact words, and assemble your hidden message. The beauty of this system was that it was nearly unbreakable. Without knowing which book you were referencing, the numbers were completely meaningless. Even if someone guessed you were using a code, They would have to own the exact same edition that you did, and in an age before standardized printing, that was a lot harder than it sounds. A classical education became a lover's best friend. If both of you knew Latin or Greek, you could slip entire passages into your letters in ancient languages that the household servants couldn't possibly decipher. One enterprising couple used Homer's Odyssey as a framework, comparing their separation to Odysseus and Penelope's, with specific line references that contained coded instructions for secret meetings. As Penelope waited in Book 17, line 85, "I too shall wait" might sound like literary pretension, but it told the recipient exactly where and when to appear. Invisible ink was the stuff of spy novels, but lovers used it too. The simplest version required nothing more exotic than lemon juice. You would write your innocent, visible letter in regular ink, then add secret sentences between the lines using a quill dipped in lemon juice. The writing would be invisible until your correspondent held the paper near a candle flame, warming it just enough to make the hidden text appear in faint brown letters. Milk worked in a similar way, and so did onion juice, though that had the disadvantage of making your letters smell a bit like dinner. More elaborate, invisible inks required some chemistry. A solution of copper sulfate would write invisibly, but then appear when the paper was dipped in a sodium carbonate solution. Some recipe books from the 1700s actually included sympathetic inks right alongside instructions for preserving fruit and treating common ailments, suggesting this wasn't exactly rare knowledge. The risk, of course, was that someone might suspect invisible writing and test your letter themselves. More than one secret affair was exposed when a suspicious father held his daughter's correspondence just a little too close to the fire. Historians still argue whether these elaborate precautions were primarily about evading parental oversight, or if they were simply part of courtship's romantic theater. Did lovers use codes because they genuinely needed to, or because the secrecy itself was just thrilling? Perhaps it was a little bit of both. The act of encoding a message transformed mere words into a kind of treasure, something valuable enough that it required protection. When your sweetheart spent an hour deciphering your letter, that was an hour they spent thinking exclusively about you, which wasn't the worst outcome for a budding romance. Acrostics offered yet another layer of meaning. The first letter of each line in your letter might spell out a name or a message. Always I think of our meeting. Never do I forget your smile. Night brings dreams of your voice. Always will I remain yours. Read the first letters, and it spells out Anna. Simple, sweet, and unless someone was specifically looking for it, it was invisible in plain sight. Some codes were visual rather than textual. A pinhole in a specific location on the page, say, over the third word in the fifth line, would highlight that word as being important. A series of pinholes could create a connect-the-dots message. One letter might look like it had been carelessly handled, with a few tiny tears along the edge, but those tears were deliberate. They indicated which lines contained the real message, while the rest of it was just camouflage. The card and grill was perhaps the most elegant method of all. You and your correspondent would each have a sheet of paper or thin card with holes cut in it at predetermined locations. You'd write your letter normally, making sure that the words appearing in the hole locations spelled out your secret message. The recipient would then lay their grill over your letter, and only the words visible through the holes mattered. I hope this letter finds you well. The garden is particularly lovely this season. After sunset tonight, the roses seem almost luminous. Tomorrow I shall walk there again, perhaps by the fountain where we last spoke together. But lay the grill over it and suddenly you're just reading. Garden after sunset, tomorrow fountain. But these codes weren't just about secrecy. They were also proof of compatibility. If you could create and decipher each other's puzzles, you were demonstrating a kind of intellectual partnership. You were showing that you spoke a private language, that you understood each other in ways the outside world couldn't penetrate. In an era when marriages were often arranged by families for economic or social advantage, having a secret code was a small act of rebellion, a claim that this relationship belonged to the two of you, and not to your parents or to society. Of course, not every coded message was romantic. Some were very practical. Don't visit Thursday, my father will be home. Some were warnings. My brother suspects, be more careful. And some were heartbreakingly final. I am to be married to another. Forget me. The wax on your letter cools completely now, hardened into its final form. Your seal has done its work. Whether the message inside is plainly written or cunningly concealed, whether it will be read by one pair of eyes or by many, it's out of your hands now. The letter goes into the postal system, that great churning machine of ink and paper and human longing. And all you can do is wait for a reply and hope that you've hidden your heart well enough to keep it safe, but revealed just enough of it to be understood. You're standing in a garden at dawn, and the dew hasn't yet burned off the flower petals. Your fingers hover over the rose bushes, the lavender stalks, the delicate sprays of forget-me-nots clustering near the stone path. This isn't just some idle flower picking for a pretty bouquet. This is warfare by botany. Every single bloom you select will be read like a sentence, interpreted like a legal document, and analyzed for subtext and hidden meaning. If you choose wrong, you might accidentally tell your sweetheart that you find them boring, or even worse, that you wish them dead. But if you choose right, you will have composed a beautiful poem without writing a single word. Welcome to the language of flowers, or floriography, if you want to use the fancy term. This is where horticulture and romance collided to create one of history's most elaborate and silent communication systems. By the Victorian era, this had all become so complex that you practically needed a dictionary to date anyone. And people did carry dictionaries, actual printed guides that listed hundreds of flowers and their supposed meanings. Frustratingly, though, not all of the guides agreed with each other. What one book claimed meant eternal devotion, another might list as friendship in adversity. You can just imagine the disasters. The red rose, of course, meant passionate love. That much was universal, and it remains so even today. But did you know that the number of roses also mattered? A single red rose said, "I love you deeply but discreetly." A dozen suggested, "Be mine." 3 roses meant, "I love you," with the 3 blooms representing the past, the present, and the future of your relationship. 2 roses that were intertwined announced an engagement. And if you really wanted to make a statement, 50 roses declared your unconditional love, though good luck affording that on a clerk's salary. But what if you wanted to send something a little more nuanced than simple passion? That's where the rest of the garden came in. Yellow roses, which seemed cheerful enough, actually carried a sting. They meant jealousy or infidelity. If you sent those to your sweetheart, you were essentially accusing them of cheating, or perhaps you were confessing your own wandering eye. White roses were a much safer bet. They symbolized purity, innocence, and worthiness of love. A combination of red and white roses together meant unity, which made them very popular for weddings and proposals. But the color wasn't the only variable. How you presented the flowers changed their meaning entirely. Flowers given upright held their traditional meanings. But if they were presented upside down, the meaning was reversed. An upside-down red rose didn't mean, "I love you." It meant, "I absolutely do not love you," or even, "I hate you." One can only imagine the horror of a servant accidentally inverting a bouquet before delivery and triggering a romantic catastrophe. Which hand you used to give the flowers mattered, too. The right hand meant you were asking a question, "Do you love me?" The left hand meant you were answering one, "Yes, I do." The positioning of the ribbon around a bouquet could indicate whether the message referred to the giver or the recipient. A ribbon tied to the left meant the message was about the sender's feelings. If it was tied to the right, it described the recipient. These rules sound completely exhausting, and they were. But they also provided a framework for people who had been taught that direct emotional expression was vulgar. Let's walk through the garden and decode some of the other players in this botanical language game. Daisies meant innocence and loyal love, a safe, sweet choice for an early courtship. But they could also mean, "I'll think about it," if you wanted to keep someone dangling. Violets signaled faithfulness and modesty, making them appropriate for respectable young ladies to wear or carry. Purple violets meant, "You occupy my thoughts," while white violets suggested, "Let's take a chance on happiness." Blue violets in some regional variations meant, "I'll always be true." Forget-me-nots had an obvious message built right into their name: true love and remembrance. These were popular with soldiers who were departing for war or anyone who was facing a long separation. "Don't forget me while I'm gone" doesn't require a whole lot of interpretation. But here's a quirky bit of flower lore. According to some traditions, if you wore forget-me-nots in your hair, it would make your lover dream of you. There's no evidence this actually worked, but the placebo effect probably sold a lot of flowers. Carnations were the working class alternative to roses. They were cheaper, hardier, and longer lasting. Red carnations meant, "Alas for my poor heart," or "My heart aches for you." Pink carnations promised, "I'll never forget you." White carnations signaled pure love and good luck. But yellow carnations meant disappointment and rejection. "You've disappointed me" isn't exactly what you want to receive from someone you're courting, especially when it's delivered in cheerful yellow petals. Tulips were imported from the Ottoman Empire and carried all sorts of exotic connotations. Red tulips were a declaration of love, but a more urgent one than roses. They meant, "Believe me," or "I'm consumed by passion." Yellow tulips, much like yellow roses, were trouble. They could mean hopeless love or the sunshine in your smile, depending on which book you happen to consult. Historians still argue whether the contradictory meanings in different floriography guides were honest regional variations, or just publishing gimmicks to sell more books. Either way, tulips were risky, unless you were certain your correspondent was using the same decoder ring as you. Lilies were split into categories. White lilies symbolized purity and virtue, and were often associated with the Virgin Mary, making them appropriate for very respectable courtships. Orange lilies, on the other hand, meant hatred and disdain. If you sent those, you were ending things and ending them dramatically. Tiger lilies suggested wealth and pride, perhaps making them a good choice if you were trying to impress someone above your own social station. But here, where it gets deliciously weird. Lilies were also associated with death and funerals in some cultures. So, depending on your recipient's background, your carefully chosen symbol of purity might be accidentally read as a death threat. Communication is hard. Orchids were rare and expensive, suitable only for the wealthy or the desperately romantic. They symbolized refined beauty, luxury, and strength. A man who could afford to give orchids was advertising his financial stability just as much as his affection. Some varieties of orchids were even believed to be aphrodisiacs, which added a slightly scandalous edge to the gift. You were suggesting not just love, but physical desire, as close to explicit as flower language could possibly get while still remaining technically proper. Lavender meant devotion and virtue, but also distrust in some interpretations. You might send it to say, "I trust you completely," or "I don't trust you at all." The context and the accompanying flowers were absolutely crucial. Rosemary was for remembrance, as Shakespeare's Ophelia famously reminded everyone. It was often woven into wedding bouquets and funeral wreaths, serving double duty for life's most significant moments. A sprig of rosemary from your sweetheart said, "I'll remember you always," which could be either romantic or ominous, depending on the circumstances. Here, where the system got really intricate. You could construct entire sentences using combinations of flowers. A bouquet might contain red roses for "I love you," forget-me-nots for "remember me," and ivy for fidelity and marriage. You were literally composing a proposal. I love you, remember me, marry me. Add some fern fronds for sincerity and some white heather for protection, and you'd built a complete argument for why someone should accept your suit. But the inverse was equally possible. Imagine receiving a bouquet of yellow carnations for disappointment, dead leaves for sadness and melancholy, and orange lilies for hatred. That's the botanical equivalent of being dumped, with a detailed list of all your faults. The Victorian era loved its passive aggression, and flowers were the perfect vehicles for it. Regional variations made things even more complicated. In some parts of England, a primrose meant, "I can't live without you." In others, it meant eternal love. In Scotland, it might mean inconsistency or "I'm unsure of my feelings." If you were courting someone from a different region or, heaven forbid, a different country, you might accidentally propose when you only meant to express some mild interest, or vice versa. The truly obsessive could layer even more meaning by considering the time of day the flowers were delivered. A morning delivery suggested urgency and passion. You'd been up thinking of them since dawn. An afternoon delivery was more casual and controlled. An evening delivery carried suggestions of secrecy and intimacy, things that should be hidden from the scrutiny of daylight. And if you received a dried or pressed flower in a letter, that meant the sender had kept it for some time, literally preserving a moment or a memory. It said this mattered enough to save, on top of whatever the flower's traditional meaning was. The potential for practical jokes here was enormous. A spurned suitor might send his former beloved a bouquet of lobelia for malevolence, candy tuft for indifference, and yellow carnations for "you disappointed me," creating a floral hate letter. Or imagine sending someone a carefully arranged bouquet that spelled out an insult when it was decoded. "You are foolish and vain, and I regret knowing you," all wrapped up with a pretty ribbon. Children learned floriography from their mothers and governesses, memorizing the meanings the way they memorized Bible verses and piano scales. Young women kept pressed flowers in albums with careful notations of who had sent them, and when, creating botanical diaries of their romantic lives. These albums survive in museums today, and reading them is like decoding someone's emotional history, one petal at a time. The sun has risen fully now, and you've made your selections. Your bouquet is carefully arranged. Roses for love, violets for faithfulness, a sprig of myrtle for marriage. You've checked and double-checked your flower dictionary. You've wrapped the stems with a ribbon on the correct side. You've made absolutely sure that nothing is upside down, unless you meant it to be. Now you just have to hope your beloved studied from the same book that you did, and that the flowers survive the journey without wilting, because there's no flower language symbol for. These were much prettier 3 hours ago, I promise. You reach into your pocket, and your fingers close around a small metal disc, warm from being pressed against your body all day. It's a coin, or at least it was once. Now it's been transformed into something infinitely more precious than its original monetary value. Someone has spent hours carving it, scraping away the sovereign's face to replace it with initials, a heart, or a tiny pair of clasped hands. The edges are worn smooth from constant handling, from being turned over and over between anxious fingers. This is your love token, and it represents a promise that no verbal contract could ever quite capture. Love tokens were the physical embodiment of courtship in an era before engagement rings became standard. These weren't mass-produced trinkets. They were personal, often handcrafted, and they carried the immense weight of commitment. A young man might spend weeks bent over a coin in the evening hours after work, carefully etching his declaration into the copper or silver. The result might be crude by a jeweler's standards, but it was infinitely more valuable because of the labor that was invested. Every scratch and every groove said, "I spent my time thinking of you, working for you, creating something that exists nowhere else in the entire world." The coin itself was symbolic. By defacing currency, which was technically illegal in many places, you were saying that this relationship mattered more than money, more than the law, more than the king or queen whose image you were literally erasing. You were taking something that was universally valuable and making it specifically valuable, transforming public currency into a private meaning. A shilling could buy bread anywhere in England, but this particular shilling, carved with these particular initials and this particular date, could only purchase one thing: a claim on someone's heart. The carvings varied wildly in their sophistication. Wealthy suitors might commission professional engravers to create miniature masterpieces with perfectly rendered flowers, anchors symbolizing hope, or doves representing peace and fidelity. Working-class lovers made do with whatever tools they had on hand: a nail, a file, a knife point. The results were often charmingly imperfect, with wobbly letters, lopsided hearts, and dates carved in numbers that didn't quite line up. But historians note that these imperfect tokens often meant more than the professional ones. Anyone with money could buy beauty, but only someone who was truly devoted would spend dozens of hours learning to engrave just to give you something made by their own hands. Common motifs appeared again and again across these love tokens. The clasped hands, two right hands gripping each other, symbolized marriage and partnership. It originally appeared on Roman coins and was then adopted by everyone from sailors to farmers as a universal sign of agreement and union. An anchor meant hope, but it also identified the giver as a sailor, telling the recipient, "I'm going to sea, but I will return to you." A heart was obvious enough, though sometimes it would be pierced by an arrow or crowned or wrapped in a banner bearing names. Birds, usually doves or lovebirds, suggested fidelity and a paired devotion. Flowers mirrored the language we just explored, with roses appearing frequently. But here's a quirky detail that researchers love. Many love tokens included references to separation and time. Forget-me-not was carved so often that it became a cliché. Dates appeared constantly. The day you met, the day you parted, the projected day of your return or reunion. Some tokens even featured hourglasses or clocks, literal representations of time passing. This obsession with marking time reveals something poignant about courtship. In earlier centuries, lovers were separated constantly. Men went to sea for years. They went to war. They went to seek their fortune in distant cities or colonies. And the women waited. The token was a tangible reminder that someone, somewhere, was counting the days until they could be reunited. Lock and key sets represented the ultimate romantic commitment. One lover would keep a small padlock pendant while the other kept the key. The symbolism was boldly possessive by our modern standards. You hold the key to my heart, or I've locked my heart and you are the only one who can open it. These sets were often made of brass or iron, cheap metals that could be worked without any expensive equipment. The lock might hang on a ribbon around a woman's neck, visible to everyone, announcing that she was spoken for. The key would stay in her suitor's pocket, proof that he held exclusive access to her affections. Historians still argue whether these lock and key arrangements were romantic or deeply problematic. On one hand, they represented a mutual commitment. She wore the lock, he kept the key. Both were advertising their attachment. On the other hand, the entire metaphor was about locking and possessing, about access and ownership. The debate really reflects our modern discomfort with the property-like language that permeated historical courtship. She wasn't just committing to him. In many ways, she was becoming his, at least in the social and legal understanding of the time. Rings served similar functions, but with more variety. There were promise rings, betrothal rings, and posy rings that were engraved with brief poems. All of these predated the diamond engagement ring by centuries. Posy rings were particularly charming. They featured brief inscriptions in archaic spellings that ran around the inner or outer band. Love me and leave me not. My heart is yours. In thee my choice I do rejoice. The spelling was deliberately old-fashioned, even when the rings were new, which gave them an air of timeless tradition. These rings were often exchanged rather than simply given. Both parties would wear one, creating a visible, matching proof of their connection. Miniature portraits took the love token concept upscale. Wealthy suitors would commission tiny paintings, small enough to fit in a locket or be worn on a ribbon. These weren't the photographs we're used to. They were painstaking watercolors on ivory, each one requiring multiple sittings with an artist. The portrait might show the subject in their finest clothes, or in a more intimate, domestic setting. Sometimes just an eye was painted. A single eye on ivory, mounted in a gold frame. These lovers' eye miniatures were oddly intense, a disembodied gaze that could watch over you without revealing the subject's full identity. If you needed to keep an attachment secret, an eye portrait let you carry your beloved's gaze without anyone knowing whose eye it actually was. Hair jewelry takes us into territory that feels a bit macabre today, but was perfectly normal back then. Lovers would exchange locks of hair, which would then be woven into bracelets, watch chains, or elaborate floral designs set under glass. Hair was intimate. It grew from someone's body. It carried their color and texture. It was uniquely theirs. A hair bracelet meant you were literally carrying a piece of your beloved with you at all times. The Victorians, who excelled at extracting the maximum amount of sentiment from everything, created elaborate hair art. There were wreaths of flowers made entirely from human hair, framed and hung on walls. Entire businesses existed just to weave hair into jewelry. You'd send your beloved's hair to a specialist along with specifications, and you'd receive back something that looked like delicate metalwork, but was actually engineered follicles. Thimbles might seem prosaic, but they were common love tokens, especially among working people. A man would give his sweetheart a thimble, practical, useful, but also symbolic. It suggested a domestic life, sowing the creation of a home. I'm giving you a tool for the life we'll build together. Silver thimbles were preferred when they were affordable, but brass or even bone worked just fine. Some thimbles were engraved with names or dates, transforming a utilitarian object into a cherished keepsake. The recipient would use it daily, and every single time she did, she'd think of the giver. That's pretty effective advertising for your affections. Handkerchiefs embroidered with initials or messages served similar purposes. A woman might spend weeks creating an intricate border of flowers or a carefully stitched monogram, and then present it to her suitor. He would carry it in his pocket, a soft reminder of her skill and her devotion. In wartime, soldiers carried these handkerchiefs into battle. Museums have collections of them, often stained and tattered, but carefully preserved by the men who survived or recovered from the bodies of those who didn't. Scrimshaw carved whalebone or tooth was the sailor's specialty. During months at sea with little to do, sailors would etch elaborate designs into the ivory-colored bone. Ships, whales, hearts, portraits. A finished piece might take an entire voyage to complete. The sailor would then present it to his sweetheart upon his return, proof that during all those months in dangerous waters, far from home, she had been in his thoughts constantly. The impracticality of Scrimshaw was part of its charm. It served no real function except to be beautiful and to demonstrate devotion through invested time. Do you remember how we talked about codes and secret messages? Some tokens had secret compartments. A locket might have a visible portrait in the main frame, but a second, hidden compartment behind it that contained a more intimate image or a lock of hair. Rings sometimes featured hidden inscriptions that only appeared when you removed the stone or opened a tiny hinge. These secret spaces let you carry private meanings in public, showing the world one thing while keeping the deepest truth hidden against your skin. The exchange of tokens created obligations. Once you had accepted a significant gift, especially something as deliberately crafted as a carved coin or a lock of hair, you were signaling serious intent. Returning a token was one of the clearest ways to end a courtship. It said, "I'm releasing you from your promise," or "I reject what you're offering." Breaking an engagement required the return of all tokens and gifts, sometimes mediated by family members, if the split was particularly bitter. Keeping a token after refusing someone's suit was considered cruel, even predatory. You were holding on to their emotional investment without any intention of honoring it. Some tokens never left your possession. You'd wear them hidden against your skin, a secret knowledge that you were claimed and were claiming in return. The weight of a coin in your pocket, the brush of a ribbon against your collarbone, the slight pressure of a ring on your finger. These constant, small sensations were reminders that you weren't alone, that someone had chosen you, and you had chosen them. In a world without phones or photos or instant communication, these physical objects did the work of presence. They stood in for the person who couldn't always be there. They testified to promises when voices fell silent, and they endured long after the flowers had wilted and the letters had yellowed with age. You slip the coin back into your pocket, feeling the grooves of the carving against your fingertips, and you think, centuries from now, someone might find this in a museum drawer. They might puzzle over the worn initials and the lopsided heart. They might wonder who loved whom enough to deface currency and risk prosecution. And perhaps they'll understand across all those years that love has always required tokens, some kind of proof that something intangible is real enough to touch. You're not the one carrying the letter. You're standing at the servant's entrance, pressing a folded packet into the hands of your lady's maid, along with a coin that represents a week of your saved wages. Her name is Mary, and she's looking at you with an expression that's somewhere between sympathy and calculation. She knows what this letter contains, or at least she can guess. She knows where it needs to go. And she knows that if anyone discovers her role in this, she will be dismissed without any references. But she also knows that you're desperate, and desperate people pay well. Mary tucks the letter into her apron pocket and disappears into the network of servants, siblings, and professional messengers who formed the invisible infrastructure of courtship. For every romantic letter that reached its destination, there was a go-between who made it possible. Someone who risked their position, their reputation, and sometimes even their safety to carry words between lovers who weren't supposed to be communicating without supervision. These intermediaries weren't just postal workers. They were active participants in the negotiation of romance. And their choices could alter the outcome just as dramatically as any decision made by the lovers themselves. In aristocratic households, the ladies' maids were the obvious choice for clandestine correspondence. They dressed their mistresses, styled their hair, and helped them bathe. They were privy to every secret, every mood, every hidden emotion. A good lady's maid knew her mistress's romantic situation better than the girl's own mother did. She had seen the letters before they were sealed, noticed when her lady spent extra time on her appearance before certain social calls, and heard the name spoken softly in dreams. If you wanted to court someone above your station or against her family's wishes, the lady's maid was your essential ally. But that alliance came at a price, and not always just a monetary one. Servants who facilitated forbidden romances were playing a very dangerous game. Discovery meant immediate dismissal, and in an era before any employment protection laws, being sacked without a character reference could mean destitution. No other household would hire you. Your options would narrow to factory work, prostitution, or the workhouse. So when Mary accepts your coin and your letter, she's not just earning a little extra money. She's gambling her entire future on your discretion and your beloved's carefulness. Some servants did it for the money. Others did it for the romance of it all, living vicariously through their employer's passionate correspondence. Still others did it because they understood that arranged marriages were often loveless prisons. And if they could help someone marry for affection instead of for advantage, well, that was a small rebellion against a system that would never offer them such choices. Servants rarely married for love. They married for security, for a shared position, for a practical alliance. Helping the gentry chase romance was perhaps a way of experiencing something they'd never have for themselves. Siblings occupied an interesting middle position. A sympathetic sister might carry letters between her brother and his sweetheart, or between her friend and that friend's unsuitable suitor. This was less risky than using servants since family loyalty offered some protection, but it created its own set of complications. If the courtship failed or a scandal erupted, the facilitating sibling might be blamed for enabling the improper behavior. Historians note that younger siblings were often recruited for this work, being deemed too young to fully understand the implications, but old enough to follow instructions. The phrase, "don't tell mother," appears in enough period letters to suggest this was a very common practice. Brothers, interestingly, were less reliable as go-betweens than sisters were. Male family members were more likely to feel protective rather than conspiratorial, more likely to report unsuitable attachments to their parents than to facilitate them. Of course, there were exceptions. A particularly romantic brother might help his sister communicate with a good man who simply lacked a fortune. But generally, women helped women and men monitored women. The gender dynamics of courtship surveillance were stark. Then there were the professional intermediaries. In larger cities, you could hire messenger services that specialized in discreet delivery. These weren't the regular postal services. They were private operators who asked no questions and made no records. You'd pay significantly more than postage, but what you gained was speed and secrecy. The messenger would memorize your instructions rather than write them down, deliver your letter directly into the recipient's hands instead of leaving it with household staff, and confirm the successful delivery in person. For truly scandalous affairs, this was the only way to operate. Some enterprising individuals made entire careers as matchmaking intermediaries. These weren't the formal matchmakers who worked openly with families. Those were respectable, documented, and acknowledged positions. These were the shadow matchmakers, the ones who helped circumvent parental opposition or facilitated courtships across class boundaries that just weren't supposed to happen. They carry letters, arrange secret meetings, provide alibis, and even forge character references if needed. They operated through word-of-mouth networks, recommended in whispers by those who had used their services successfully. And here's a fascinating historical detail. Some of these intermediaries kept records, despite the dangerous nature of their work. When they died or retired, caches of old letters and appointment books would surface, revealing entire networks of secret courtships that had operated right under society's nose. One such collection from 1790s London documented over 300 clandestine courtships in a single 5-year period, including several that resulted in marriages, and at least 2 that ended in public scandal when the letters were discovered. But go-betweens didn't just carry letters. They also shaped their content and their outcomes. A maid who read her mistress's letters, and many did despite being forbidden, might offer some advice. "You can't write that, miss. It's too forward." Or, "He's asking to meet you alone." "That's not proper. You should refuse." These servants became informal advisors, teaching their employers the unwritten rules of courtship negotiation. In some cases, they practically wrote the letters themselves, dictating the proper responses to their less educated employers. Historians still argue whether this gave lower-class women an unexpected power over aristocratic romances. On one hand, a clever servant could manipulate situations to her own advantage, perhaps steering her mistress toward a match that would improve the servant's own position, or sabotaging one that might result in a relocation to a less desirable household. On the other hand, these servants were still fundamentally powerless, and any games they played were constrained by the constant threat of dismissal and ruin. The go-between's burden also included a moral responsibility. If you carried letters that facilitated an elopement, and that elopement proved to be disastrous, the husband turned out to be violent, or was already married, or gambled away his wife's dowry, did you bear some of the blame? Some servants apparently thought so. There are records of maids who refused to carry certain letters, who warned their mistresses against particular suitors, who broke confidence and reported to parents when they felt a situation was genuinely dangerous. The line between loyalty to your employer and actual care for their well-being was sometimes razor thin. Children were occasionally used as messengers, precisely because they seemed innocent and were less likely to be questioned. A young girl sent to deliver a shopping list might actually be carrying a love letter hidden in her pocket. A boy running errands might make an unscheduled stop to whisper a message to someone's servant. This exploitation of children's apparent innocence was widespread enough that some etiquette manuals explicitly warned against it, though whether the warnings were about the impropriety of the courtship or the corruption of young minds is unclear. Interestingly, some go-betweens became fixtures in romantic folklore. The faithful servant who helped true love triumph against parental opposition appears in countless ballads and stories. These tales almost always end happily, with the lovers married and the servant rewarded for her loyalty. But reality was much messier. For every servant who lived to see the couple she'd helped happily married, there were probably 3 who got sacked, 2 who saw the courtship fail anyway, and 1 who ended up testifying in a breach of promise lawsuit. The physical act of carrying the letters was itself fraught with risk. You couldn't just walk openly through the front door of someone's house and ask to speak with their daughter. You'd have to lurk near the servant's entrance, hopping to catch the right person. You'd loiter near the church on Sunday, waiting for an opportunity to slip a packet to someone after the services. You'd have to infiltrate the market day crowd, brushing past your contact just long enough to transfer the letter from hand to hand. It was spycraft for romantic purposes, and the people who were bad at it got caught. And getting caught meant different consequences depending on who you were. If you were the servant, you were dismissed and ruined. If you were a family member, you faced social censure and possibly disinheritance. If you were a professional intermediary, you might face legal charges if the letters contained anything actionable, like threats, libel, or the seduction of a minor. And if you were the lover who had hired the go-between, you had just revealed your unsuitable attachment to the very people you had been trying to hide it from. Some go-betweens eventually married the people they had helped, creating a kind of poetic circle. A servant who had carried letters between her mistress and a gentleman might catch the eye of that gentleman's valet. They would bond over their shared knowledge of the primary romance, perhaps seeing in each other's discretion and loyalty the qualities they most valued. These secondary romances rarely make it into the historical record. The marriages of servants weren't documented with the same care as their employers, but occasional mentions in letters suggest they happened more often than we realize. Mary returns 3 days later with a reply. She hands you a sealed letter, and her expression tells you absolutely nothing. Did your beloved answer favorably? Is this a rejection? You won't know until you're alone and can finally break the seal. But you press another coin into Mary's palm, because next week you'll need her again, and the week after that. And for as long as this negotiation continues, she's not just a messenger anymore. She's infrastructure. She's insurance. She's the thin thread connecting you to your possible future. Without her, you're just another person with unexpressed feelings and a handful of beautiful words that will never reach the one person who needs to read them. You're sitting in a stiff-backed chair in someone else's parlor, and your collar feels like it's strangling you. Across the room, behind a massive oak desk that seems designed to intimidate, sits your beloved's father. He's not looking at you directly. That would be too confrontational, apparently. Instead, he's examining a document on his desk, making you wait in silence while he pretends to read whatever is written there. You suspect he's already read it. You suspect he's making you sweat deliberately. And it's working. This is the negotiation that matters more than any letter you've written, any flower you've sent, any token you've carved. Because in the architecture of historical courtship, parental approval wasn't just preferable, It was frequently mandatory. Without it, you might still marry, but you would forfeit your inheritance, your social position, your family connection, and all practical support. You would be choosing love over everything else. And while that sounds romantic in ballads, the reality usually involved poverty, ostracism, and frequently divorce, once the passion had faded and the bills came due. The father's approval was the gateway. In most Western societies through the 19th century, a man legally owned his unmarried daughters. Not metaphorically, legally. They were his property in much the same way his house or his horse was his property. When you asked to court his daughter, you were really asking for permission to enter into negotiations for the transfer of that property. The romantic language we use today, asking for her hand, obscures the transactional nature of what was actually happening. You weren't asking her, you were asking him. Her hand was his to give or to withhold. So, what was the father evaluating during this excruciating interview? First and most obviously, your money. What were your prospects? Your current income mattered, but your potential earnings mattered even more. If you were a younger son with no inheritance, that was a problem. If you were in a profession with opportunities for advancement, law, medicine, the church, military service, that helped. If you were a tradesman, you needed to demonstrate a thriving business. If you were an artist or a writer, well, good luck. Those were considered highly unstable professions, and fathers tended to reject artistic suitors unless the family was already so wealthy that the daughter's husband's income was irrelevant. You came prepared with documents, your bank statements if you had any, letters from your employer testifying to your character and prospects, references from prominent men who could vouch for you. If you owned property, you brought the deeds. If you had investments, you brought records of their performance. This wasn't a romantic conversation. It was a business presentation. You were pitching yourself as a sound investment for the father's daughter asset. The dowry negotiation could take months. The father would offer an amount, perhaps a lump sum, perhaps an annual income, perhaps property that would come with his daughter upon marriage. You and your representatives, if you were wealthy enough to have them, would argue that the amount was insufficient given your needs and her maintenance requirements. He would counter that your prospects didn't justify a larger settlement. It went back and forth, like merchants haggling in a marketplace, except the commodity was a human being and the price was denominated in pounds sterling and acres of land. Historians still argue whether these dowry negotiations protected women or commodified them. The protection argument notes that a substantial dowry gave a woman some financial independence within a marriage. The money was legally hers, or at least held in trust for her, providing security if her husband died or proved to be unreliable. The commodification argument points out that reducing a woman to a price tag, literally negotiating her value in currency and property, is dehumanizing, regardless of the practical protections involved. Both perspectives contain some truth, which is unsatisfying but accurate. If the father approved in principle, the negotiations moved on to contracts. Marriage settlements were legal documents that specified exactly what each party was bringing to the union and what would happen to those assets over time. These contracts could run to dozens of pages. They specified the dowry amount and its payment schedule. They outlined what would happen to the wife's property during the marriage, whether it would be absorbed entirely by the husband or maintained separately. They addressed the crucial question of what would happen if the husband died. Would the wife receive a widow's portion, and if so, how much? Some fathers even included morality clauses. If the husband proved to be an adulterer, a gambler, or a drunkard, the wife could reclaim her dowry or receive additional support from her family. These clauses were difficult to enforce. Proving adultery required witnesses and a public scandal. But their very presence in the contract signaled that the father was watching, that he retained some power even after his daughter married. The implicit threat was, mistreat her, and I will make your life difficult. But what if you couldn't meet the father's financial requirements? What if you were genuinely in love, but genuinely poor? Your options narrowed considerably. You could wait, spend years building your fortune, saving money, advancing your career, and just hope that she would wait for you and that her father wouldn't marry her off to someone else in the meantime. This did happen, though the waiting period could stretch to 5, 7, even 10 years. Some couples waited so long that by the time they finally married, the passion had cooled into a companionable affection, which was perhaps more stable, but decidedly less romantic. You could elope, though this was the nuclear option. Eloping meant marrying without parental consent, usually by fleeing to a place with less restrictive marriage laws. Gretna Green in Scotland became famous for this. English couples would race across the border to marry under Scottish law, which didn't require parental permission. But elopement came with severe consequences. The bride's father would likely disinherit her. Both families might disown the couple. Society would mark them as scandalous. And if the marriage later failed, everyone would say, well, what did you expect from people who started with such disobedience? Some particularly stubborn suitors would court persistently despite an initial rejection, hopping to wear down the parental resistance. This strategy worked surprisingly often. A father might refuse you the first time, but if you returned a year later with improved prospects, or if his daughter was clearly pinning for you, or if no better suitors had appeared, he might just reconsider. Persistence demonstrated commitment, and commitment had value in a world where divorce was difficult, and marriages were expected to last until death. There were also cases where the mother's opinion carried unexpected weight. Officially, the father made the decision. Unofficially, a determined mother could influence the outcome considerably. She was the one who knew her daughter's temperament, who had observed which suitors made her daughter happy versus which ones made her anxious. A mother who approved of you might advocate privately, wearing down her husband's resistance through daily conversation and subtle pressure. Conversely, a mother who disliked you could sabotage your suit, even if the father was inclined to approve. Sometimes, fathers used the courtship negotiation to extract concessions on entirely unrelated matters. I'll approve your marriage to my daughter if you agree to support my younger son's entry into your firm, or if you vote with me in the next parliamentary election, or if your family drops their property dispute with mine. This turned the daughter into a bargaining chip in larger political or economic games, which was probably emotionally damaging for everyone involved, but it was considered normal business practice at the time. And here's a quirky historical detail that researchers love. Some fathers created elaborate tests for their suitors. Not official tests, but situations designed to reveal their character. They'd invite you to their estate for a weekend and observe how you treated the servants, whether you drank to excess, how you behaved when you thought no one important was watching. They'd introduce you to their business associates and note whether you were obsequious or appropriately confident. They'd engage you in political or religious conversation to ensure your views aligned with the family's values. You were being auditioned for the role of son-in-law, and you often didn't even know which moments were part of the test. If you came from a different social class, particularly a lower one, the negotiation became exponentially harder. A merchant's son courting a gentleman's daughter faced enormous resistance. The class anxiety this provoked was intense. The father worried that his daughter would lose her status, that her children would be socially ambiguous, that the family name would be diminished. You need to prove not just your financial stability, but your social acceptability. The right education, the right manners, the right connections. And even then, many fathers simply refused on principle. Class boundaries existed for a reason, they believed, and love didn't justify violating them. Interestingly, the reverse situation, a wealthy man courting a poor woman, was usually easier, at least in terms of parental approval. Her father might be thrilled at the social elevation. The concern there was whether the wealthy suitor was sincere or was simply trying to seduce her with no intention of marriage. Fathers of daughters without fortunes walked a tightrope. They wanted to encourage good matches, but they had to protect their daughters from predatory men who might ruin their reputations and then just disappear. Race and religion complicated these negotiations even further. A Protestant courting a Catholic, or vice versa, faced parental resistance rooted in genuine theological conviction and social prejudice. Interfaith marriages often required one party to convert, and the negotiation over who would convert and whether the children would be raised in one faith or the other could derail the entire courtship. Similarly, in contexts where different racial or ethnic groups coexisted, crossing those boundaries in courtship provoked extreme parental opposition. These weren't just romantic decisions, they were political ones, carrying implications for family identity and social position across generations. The father finally looks up from his desk. His expression tells you nothing. Your fate and your beloved's hangs in the silence between you. Whatever he says next will shape years of your life, possibly all of it. And you realize that for all the letters you've written, all the tokens you've exchanged, all the genuine affection between you and his daughter, this moment was always going to be the one that mattered most. Love might be negotiated between two hearts, but marriage was negotiated between men, in rooms just like this, with documents and dowries and the cold calculus of advantage. You're standing on a doorstep, and in your trembling hand is a small rectangle of thick paper, approximately 3 inches by 2 inches. It's just a card, with your name printed in an elegant script, nothing more. But the sheer weight of what it represents is making your palms sweat. This is your calling card. And how you present it, when you present it, even which corner you fold, will communicate volumes about your intentions, your social sophistication, and whether or not you're a suitable candidate for courtship. If you get it wrong, you won't even make it past the front door. The calling card system reached its peak during the Victorian era, transforming a simple visiting courtesy into an elaborate social minefield. What started as a practical way to announce yourself when visiting someone's home evolved into a complex language of folded corners, timing protocols, and subtle rejections. If you thought the language of flowers was complicated, just wait until you try to navigate the rules governing when you can leave a card, how many cards you should leave, and what it means if your card is returned to you with the upper left corner turned down. First, the basics. You couldn't just show up at someone's house unannounced, even if you knew them. That was considered shockingly rude. Instead, you sent your card ahead, or you left it during the prescribed calling hours, and the household would then decide whether or not to receive you. A butler or a maid would take your card on a silver tray, disappear into the interior of the house, and then return with one of 3 responses. The family is receiving, which meant come in. The family is not at home, which meant either they genuinely weren't there or they were, but they didn't want to see you. Or they'd simply return your card to you, which was the coldest possible rejection, short of slamming the door in your face. Men carried their cards in special cases, slim silver or leather holders that fit perfectly in a breast pocket. Women had slightly larger cards and would carry them in reticules or small handbags. The quality of the card stock mattered enormously. Thin, cheap cards marked you as lower class. Thick, cream-colored cards with a subtle texturing suggested refinement and wealth. The printing had to be impeccable, engraved, never merely printed with your name in a conservative font. No flourishes, no decorative borders, no colors. Plain black ink on cream paper was the only acceptable option for anyone who wanted to be taken seriously. Now for the corner folding system, which sounds insane because it is. Folding different corners of your card communicated different messages. The exact meanings varied by region and social circle, which meant you had to know the local customs or risk accidental offense. In many Victorian British circles, Folding the upper right corner meant the visit was specifically for the lady of the house. Folding the lower right corner meant you had called in person, but the family wasn't home. Folding the upper left corner indicated congratulations. Folding the lower left corner expressed condolences. And no folds at all meant this was just a standard social call with no particular subtext. But wait, there's more. Some systems had different meaning for the very same folds. In certain American circles, a folded upper right corner meant you were announcing your departure. You were leaving town and paying your farewell visits. A folded lower right corner meant you had just arrived in town and were announcing your presence. The potential for miscommunication was staggering. You could intend to express condolences and accidentally announce that you were leaving town forever, or vice versa. For the purposes of courtship, the calling card was your foot in the door, both literally and figuratively. If you wanted to court someone, you first had to establish a pattern of acceptable social visiting. This meant leaving cards, being received, making appropriate small talk during brief visits, and gradually building a relationship that might eventually develop into something more intimate. But you couldn't skip any steps. You couldn't leave a card on Monday and propose on Tuesday. The system required patience and a strict adherence to protocol. The timing of your calls mattered just as much as the cards themselves. In London society, the acceptable calling hours were typically between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. Before 3, the household was assumed to be engaged in private activities. After 5, they were preparing for dinner. If you showed up at 2 o'clock or 6 o'clock, you'd mark yourself as either ignorant of basic etiquette or deliberately rude, and neither was good for your courtship prospects. The first call shouldn't last more than 15 minutes. Seriously, people timed this. You'd be shown into the drawing room, where the lady of the house and possibly her daughters would be receiving. You'd exchange pleasantries about the weather, perhaps mention a recent social event you'd both attended, and then you would leave before you overstayed your welcome. Staying too long on a first visit suggested that you didn't understand social boundaries. Leaving too quickly suggested you found the company boring. 15 minutes was the Goldilocks duration, just right. If your call went well, you'd return in a week or 2 with another card. If it went poorly, you'd be informed that the family was not at home for the next several months, whenever you tried to call. This was the Victorian equivalent of being ghosted, except it required a servant to physically turn you away at the door while you stood on the step feeling humiliated. The calling card system allowed for rejection without any direct confrontation, which protected everyone's dignity in theory, but it probably just made the rejection sting even more. Women couldn't call on men. That would be scandalous. So if a woman was interested in a man, she had to rely on her mother or another female relative to receive him when he called, and then manipulate social situations to ensure they had opportunities to interact. She might suggest that her mother invite him to a dinner party. She might arrange to be visiting a mutual friend, when she knew he'd be calling there. She might contrive to need an escort to a particular event that he'd also be attending. But she absolutely could not leave her calling card at his residence. That would announce her interest far too boldly and would mark her as forward or desperate. The calling card etiquette extended to how many cards you left. If you were calling on a married couple, a man would leave 2 cards, one for the husband and one for the wife. If the couple had an adult daughter of marriageable age, he might leave 3 cards, though this required careful judgment. Leaving a card specifically for the daughter telegraphed a romantic interest, which was fine if you were genuinely courting her, but incredibly awkward if you were. Some men would leave 2 cards even when they were interested in the daughter, letting the parents infer the courtship interest from the frequency of their visits, rather than making it explicit through the card count. Women's calling cards followed different rules. A married woman would leave 1 card for the lady of the house, and 1 for any adult daughters. She wouldn't leave cards for the men. That would be too forward. An unmarried woman visiting with her mother might not leave her own card at all. Her mother's card represented both of them. Only once a young woman had officially come out into society, been formally presented and declared available for courtship, would she have her own calling cards to leave. Historians still argue whether the calling card system protected women or imprisoned them. The protection argument notes that the system prevented unwanted male visitors from simply showing up and demanding access to young women. If your card was refused, you couldn't get in, which gave families control over who entered their daughters' lives. The imprisonment argument points out that the system also prevented women from controlling their own social interactions. They couldn't accept or reject visitors themselves. Their parents made those decisions. They couldn't initiate contact with men they found interesting. They had to wait passively to be called upon. Here's a quirky detail that modern people find completely baffling. You could have an entire social relationship conducted almost entirely through calling cards, without ever actually meeting the person. You'd leave your card, and they would leave their card at your house in return. You'd leave another card acknowledging their card, and so on. This card exchange established that you were part of the same social circle and acknowledged each other's existence, even if you never actually had a conversation. It was social media before social media even existed, maintaining connections through minimal interaction. The cards themselves became collectible. People kept card cases or special albums where they would save the calling cards they received, creating a physical record of their social networks. Looking through someone's card collection told you exactly where they stood in society, whose cards they had received, who considered them worth calling upon, which families they had connections to. These albums survive in museums today, and they are fascinating historical documents. You can trace courtships, see who was calling on whom, note when the frequency of calls increased, and sometimes even find wedding announcements tucked between the cards that preceded them. Some particularly elaborate cards included elements beyond just the name. Married women's cards might include their at-home days, specific days of the week when they received visitors without an appointment. Mrs. Elizabeth Thornton. Wednesdays meant you could call any Wednesday during calling hours without sending any advance notice. This made socializing easier, but it also created its own kind of pressure. If you designated Wednesdays as your at-home day, you had to actually be home and receiving every single Wednesday, even if you didn't feel like it. For those who were pursuing a courtship, the calling card ritual was exhausting. You couldn't appear too eager, so you spaced your visits carefully. You couldn't appear disinterested, so you had to maintain consistent contact. You had to gauge from tiny signals how long you were invited to stay, whether you were offered tea, whether the daughter was present in the room or conveniently absent, whether your interest was being reciprocated. And all of this was mediated through cards and servants and rigid protocols that made direct communication nearly impossible. The calling card in your hand has grown damp from your nervous grip. You straighten your posture, rehearse your greeting one more time in your head, and finally lift the brass knocker. The door opens. A butler takes your card on that silver tray you were expecting. He disappears. Time stretches. You're either about to be admitted into the first stage of a courtship that might define your entire life, or you're about to be politely informed that the family is not at home, and you'll walk away knowing that you've been rejected before you even began. The card was supposed to make all of this easier, more civilized, more controlled. Instead, it's just made the anxiety more formal. You're holding a letter that could absolutely ruin you. Not metaphorically, literally, legally, and socially ruin you. The words on the page are passionate, explicit in their longing, if not in their anatomy, and they're addressed to someone who isn't your spouse, or your approved suitor, or anyone you're supposed to be writing to with this level of intensity. This is a forbidden love letter. And the moment you sealed it, you created evidence that could be used against you in court, in society, and in the quiet judgment of history. Forbidden correspondence was the most dangerous game in courtship negotiation. When you wrote to someone you weren't supposed to be involved with, a married person, someone of the wrong social class, a person already engaged to another, you were creating a paper trail of your transgression. Unlike the approved courtship letters we discussed earlier, which followed rules and formulas designed to keep everything proper, forbidden letters had to be both more passionate. Why else would you take the risk? And more careful, because discovery meant absolute disaster. The tension between those two impulses produced some of the most emotionally raw writing in history, and also some of the most elaborately coded. The reasons for forbidden correspondence varied, but the consequences were remarkably similar. Scandal, shame, and often legal repercussions. If you were married and writing to someone other than your spouse, you were creating evidence of adultery. If you were engaged and writing to someone other than your betrothed, you could be sued for breach of promise. If you were writing to someone completely inappropriate, across class lines, across racial boundaries, across the walls of a convent or a monastery, you were violating social and sometimes religious laws that could result in disinheritance, excommunication, or even worse. So why did people do it? Because passion doesn't respect protocol. Because sometimes you meet the right person at the wrong time. Because arranged marriages created desperate people trapped in loveless situations who found a connection with someone else. Because human beings are complicated and the heart wants what it wants, even when what it wants could destroy everything. The mechanics of forbidden correspondence required elaborate precautions. You couldn't send these letters through the normal channels. There were too many opportunities for them to be intercepted. You needed accomplices who were absolutely trustworthy, which meant people who had just as much to lose as you did if the affair was discovered. Servants who were already compromised in some way, siblings who were similarly entangled, or professional go-betweens who specialized in discretion, became your essential infrastructure. The meeting places for the exchange had to be carefully chosen. A hollow tree in a park where one person could leave a letter and another could retrieve it later. A dead drop in spy terminology, but used here for romance. A specific pew in a church where letters could be tucked behind a loose board. A bookseller who would slip your letter between the pages of a volume your beloved had ordered. One particularly clever couple used a lending library. She'd request a specific book, and he would slip his letter inside before the library sent it to her. She'd write her reply and return it inside the same book, and he would then check the book out to retrieve her response. The content of forbidden letters was different from approved courtship correspondence. There was less formality and more raw emotion. These writers couldn't rely on the established protocols, the dear Miss Surname, and your humble servant formulas that structured proper letters. Instead, they wrote with a sense of urgency. I cannot stop thinking of you. We must find a way. This is madness, but I don't care. The letters acknowledged the impossibility of their situation, even as they insisted on the necessity of their connection. But even in transgression, some caution remained. Writers used pseudonyms, calling each other by invented names that would mean nothing to anyone who intercepted the letters. They wrote about our friend or the matter we discussed instead of explicit declarations. They used the codes we talked about earlier, book ciphers, skip codes, invisible ink. The letters had to be passionate enough to justify the risk of writing them, but obscure enough to provide some level of protection if they were ever discovered. Historians still argue whether the forbidden nature of these relationships intensified the emotions, or whether the emotions were genuinely profound enough to justify the risks. The romantic interpretation suggests that these couples were fighting against unjust social constraints, that their love was real, and society was wrong to prevent it. The cynical interpretation suggests that the forbidden nature itself created an artificial intensity, that people convinced themselves they were deeply in love, because the relationship was risky and secret, not because it was actually compatible or sustainable. The evidence supports both interpretations in different cases. Some forbidden correspondences, when they finally resulted in marriage or a permanent union, produced lifelong happy partnerships. Others, once the secrecy and risk evaporated, fizzled out into disappointment or a bitter divorce. Sometimes the secrecy itself was the point, the thrill of transgression, the romance of risk. And without it, the relationship had no foundation. Discovery was always catastrophic. When forbidden letters were found by a suspicious spouse, a vigilant parent, a servant who was looking for blackmail material, or just through bad luck, the consequences cascaded rapidly. For women, the damage was often irreparable. A married woman caught in correspondence with another man could be divorced, lose custody of her children, and be completely ostracized from society. An unmarried woman's reputation would be destroyed, making any future marriage nearly impossible, unless it was to someone who was desperate or equally scandalized. Men faced consequences too, though they were often less severe. A married man's affair might be overlooked if he was discreet enough, though being caught red-handed with the letters created a public embarrassment that couldn't be ignored. An unmarried man who was caught courting an inappropriate woman might face social censure, but he could often recover, especially if he had money or position. The gender disparity in the consequences was stark and deliberate. Women were held to much stricter standards of sexual and romantic propriety, and any violations were punished far more harshly. The letters themselves became legal evidence in breach of promise suits and divorce cases. The courts would read them aloud during the proceedings, exposing every intimate detail to the public record. Newspapers would print excerpts, creating sensational stories that sold copies while they destroyed reputations. Some of the most famous literary scandals of the 18th and 19th centuries involved forbidden love letters becoming public. Lord Byron's correspondence, the letters between Heloise and Abelard in earlier centuries, and countless smaller scandals that ruined ordinary people that nobody remembers today. Some writers tried to protect themselves with coded rendezvous instructions that wouldn't be obvious even if they were discovered. I shall walk in the usual place at the usual time, told your correspondent everything they needed to know, while telling an interceptor nothing. Remember, our conversation about the blue room might refer to a specific meeting location you had discussed in person, but it was meaningless without that context. Tuesday, written in a letter, might mean, meet me on Tuesday, or it might just be part of an entirely innocent sentence about your plans, depending on whether you had prearranged a code. The logistics of these forbidden meetings, often negotiated through the letters, were incredibly complex. You needed locations where you wouldn't be recognized, country inns in villages far from home, borrowed apartments in cities where you weren't known, gardens or parks at hours when respectable people wouldn't be present. The letters would contain instructions disguised as innocent content, and both parties would have to interpret them correctly, or the meeting would fail. Preservation versus destruction was a constant tension. Part of you wanted to keep these letters. They were proof of love, tangible evidence that someone felt passionately about you, mementos of the most intense emotional experience of your life. But keeping them was dangerous. Many forbidden correspondents made pacts to burn each other's letters immediately after reading them. Some kept them anyway, hiding them in locked boxes or secret compartments, unable to destroy something so precious. These are the hidden caches that, when discovered after their deaths, provided historians with windows into relationships that were meant to leave no trace. Some of the most poignant forbidden letters are those that were written with no expectation of ever being delivered. Letters written by people in impossible situations, imprisoned, exiled, trapped in marriages with violent partners, that were never sent but were preserved anyway. These are less negotiations than they are cries into the void, documenting emotions that could never be acted upon. They reveal what people felt when all social pressure and practical reality were stripped away, when only the raw emotion remained. There's a particular subset of forbidden correspondence that involved planning escapes or elopements. These letters had to coordinate complex logistics, travel arrangements, financial resources, meeting times precise to the hour. The coach leaves at 7. Be at the inn before 6. Bring only what you can carry. Tell no one. These were operational instructions disguised as love letters, and the stakes were total. If the elopement succeeded, you might have a future together. If it failed, you would both be ruined. The aftermath of discovered forbidden correspondence rarely ended with reconciliation. Families wouldn't forgive. Spouses wouldn't take back their erring partners. Society wouldn't forget. The letters themselves became artifacts of shame, sometimes preserved in family archives as cautionary tales. This is what happened to Aunt Alina when she forgot her propriety. Future generations would read them as warnings rather than as romances, which was perhaps the saddest fate of all, to have your most passionate moments reduced to a moral instruction. You look again at the letter in your hands. You know you should burn it. You know the smart thing, the safe thing, is to destroy this evidence and accept that some feelings just can't be expressed. Some relationships can't exist. Some negotiations have no possible successful outcome. But the heart doesn't make smart decisions. It makes necessary ones. You seal the letter, add your carefully chosen mark, and hand it to the one person you trust to carry your secret. Tomorrow, you might regret this. Next week, it might be discovered. Next month, it might ruin you. But tonight, you just needed to say what you feel. Consequences be damned. And that's perhaps the most human thing about forbidden correspondence. It proves that sometimes we choose expression over safety, connection over caution, and love over logic, even when we know better. You're standing in a field at dawn, and in your hand is a single wild flower. Not a rose from a cultivated garden, not an expensive orchid imported from some distant colony. Just a simple flower you picked yourself from the hedge near your cottage. It cost you nothing except the moment it took to gather it, but you're holding it like it's precious, because to you it is. Across the social landscape, in a manor house you'll never enter through the front door, someone else is selecting roses from a greenhouse, each bloom representing more money than you'll earn in a month. Both of you are engaging in courtship rituals, both negotiating love through tokens and gestures, but the currencies you're working with couldn't be more different. Courtship across social classes operated in parallel universes that occasionally and dangerously intersected. The rules were the same in principle. Exchange tokens, write letters, seek approval. But the practice varied so dramatically that a peasant and an aristocrat attempting romance might as well have been speaking different languages. And when those parallel universes collided, when someone tried to court across those class boundaries, the resulting friction could destroy lives or, very rarely, transform them. Let's start with the tokens themselves, because they are the most visible markers of class distinction in courtship. The wealthy gave jewelry, gold rings, pearl necklaces, diamond brooches. These weren't just pretty objects. They were investments, stores of value that could be sold if times got hard. When an aristocratic suitor gave his beloved a ruby pendant, he was demonstrating both his current wealth and his commitment to her future security. The gift said, "I can provide for you," in the most literal terms possible. The working class gave what they could afford or what they could make. Carved wooden love spoons were traditional in Wales. Young men would spend months carving intricate patterns into a single piece of wood, creating something beautiful through skill rather than through purchase. The spoon was functional. She could actually use it, but the decorative elements made it special. Hearts, Celtic knots, chain links carved from a single piece of wood to show the carver's patience and precision. These spoons said, "I invested my time and my talent," rather than, "I spent my money." But the emotional arithmetic was similar. "I value you enough to give you my best." Flowers operated on a sliding scale of expense and elaboration. The wealthy sent hothouse flowers, exotic blooms that required heated greenhouses and professional gardeners to cultivate. Receiving orchids in January was a flex. It announced that your suitor commanded enough resources to maintain tropical plants in an English winter. The working class sent seasonal wildflowers, or garden flowers if they had gardens. A bunch of daisies cost nothing but the picking, but if they were arranged with care and presented sincerely, they carried their own weight. Letters revealed class distinctions through the quality of the paper, the penmanship, and the vocabulary. Aristocratic correspondence used thick, watermarked paper that announced its expense through its texture alone. The handwriting was elegant, taught by private tutors or in expensive schools. The vocabulary was elaborate, full of classical references and literary allusions that demonstrated a good education. Working-class letters, when they existed at all, were written on cheaper paper, with more practical handwriting and a simpler vocabulary. This doesn't mean they were any less emotionally genuine. Often they were more direct, more honest, because the writers hadn't been trained to obscure their feelings behind elaborate language. But here's something interesting that historians note. Education and class didn't always align perfectly. A poor but educated man, a village school teacher, perhaps, or a clerk who had taught himself, could write letters that matched aristocratic eloquence. A wealthy but poorly educated merchant might produce letters that were grammatically questionable, despite his bank balance. This created opportunities for class confusion or transcendence in courtship. A woman receiving a beautifully written letter might assume the writer was of her class, only to discover later that he was not. Whether this discovery enhanced the romance, he's educated despite his poverty, or destroyed it, he misrepresented himself, depended on the individual circumstances. The calling card ritual we discussed earlier was primarily an upper middle class and aristocratic practice. The poor didn't have calling cards. They couldn't afford to have them printed, and more importantly, they didn't have parlors where visitors would be formally received. Working class courtship happened in more public, less structured spaces, at village dances after church services during market days, in the fields during harvest. There was less privacy and more community oversight, but there was also more flexibility because there were fewer rigid protocols to follow. Parental approval negotiations looked entirely different across the class lines. Wealthy families negotiated dowries and marriage settlements that could take months to finalize. Poor families might just discuss whether the couple could afford to marry at all. Did they have somewhere to live? Could they support themselves? Would marriage mean leaving the family home and removing a wage earner from the household? The wealthy negotiated how to merge fortunes. The poor negotiated how to avoid starvation. When cross-class courtship did happen, it usually involved a wealthier man pursuing a poorer woman. This was somewhat socially acceptable, though the woman would face accusations of social climbing or gold digging. The man might face some criticism for an inappropriate match, but he could usually weather it, especially if the woman was beautiful or notably virtuous. The power dynamics were troubling. Wealthy men could offer an economic security that might override genuine compatibility, and women might marry for survival rather than for affection. The reverse situation, a wealthy woman courting a poor man, was far more scandalous and far less common. A woman marrying beneath herself was seen as betraying her class, lowering herself, and damaging her family's reputation. Her male relatives might cut her off entirely. Any children would be socially ambiguous, accepted in neither their mother's original class nor their father's. The few cases where this happened successfully usually involved the woman being independently wealthy and therefore not subject to family financial control, or the man rapidly improving his circumstances to narrow the class gap. Historians still argue whether cross-class marriages were ever genuinely happy, or whether the class tension inevitably created problems. Some records suggest that couples who married across class boundaries faced constant stress, the lower class partner feeling inadequate or resentful, the upper class partner feeling they had sacrificed their social position for love, and both of them dealing with external judgment. Other records show couples who built genuinely companionable marriages, especially if they relocated to places where their class backgrounds were less known. The tokens exchanged in cross-class courtship could become sources of tension. If a wealthy man gave his working-class sweetheart expensive jewelry, was he demonstrating love, or was he flaunting his economic power? If she couldn't reciprocate with gifts of equivalent value, did that create an imbalance in the relationship? Some couples navigated this by agreeing that handmade tokens from her were equivalent to purchased ones from him, creating a separate economy of affection that wasn't denominated in pound sterling. Elopement was more common in cross-class courtships for obvious reasons. If parental approval was unlikely, why wait for it? But elopement didn't solve the class problem. It just postponed the consequences. The couple might be legally married, but they would still face social judgment, family rejection, and practical difficulties. Where would they live? In his community, where she'd be seen as being above her station. In hers, where he'd be resented as an outsider. The logistics of class crossing didn't end at the altar. There's a subset of cross-class courtship that was specifically predatory. Wealthy men who seduced working-class women with promises of marriage that were never intended to be kept. This was common enough that it became a stock plot in novels and plays. The innocent maid ruined by the aristocratic rake. The legal system offered little protection. Breach of promise suits required evidence, and promises made verbally to illiterate women were difficult to prove. Some communities developed informal protective systems. Women would warn each other about particular men. Fathers would chaperone more strictly, or the community itself would shame known seducers. The economic realities of courtship hit hardest at the very bottom of the social ladder. Marriage for the very poor was often delayed until both parties could actually afford it. Couples might court for years, even decades, waiting until they had saved enough for a cottage, or until an inheritance materialized, or until economic conditions improved. Some never married at all, living as acknowledged couples without any legal formalization, because they couldn't afford the marriage fees or the wedding feast that community expectations required. Seasonal labor patterns affected working-class courtship in ways the wealthy never experienced. Harvest time meant long working hours that left little time for romance. Winter meant less work and more leisure, but also less money and less privacy as families crowded into small, heated spaces. Courtship accelerated and decelerated with the agricultural calendar, with most marriages happening after the harvest, when families had money, and before winter, when couples wanted to be established before the hard weather hit. The tokens of working-class courtship were often more practical than romantic. by necessity. A good cooking pot, a sturdy blanket, a tool for the workshop. These were gifts that said, I'm thinking about our future household, rather than, you are beautiful. This doesn't make them any less romantic, just differently romantic. A carpenter might make his beloved a wooden chest for her hope chest, carved with her initials and filled with the linens she had been collecting since she was a girl. The chest would last for generations, hold her possessions through decades of marriage, and eventually be passed down to her children and grandchildren, a token that proved more enduring than any expensive jewel. You look at your wildflower again, suddenly self-conscious. Is it enough? Will it communicate what you feel, or will it just announce that you can't afford anything better? But then you remember the person you're giving it to. She knows who you are, knows what you can offer, and she chose to encourage your courtship anyway. Maybe in the end, the tokens matter less than the honest negotiation they represent, not pretending to be something you're not, but offering what you genuinely have, and just hopping it's enough. Across town, someone is carefully arranging expensive roses in a crystal vase, and their anxiety is probably identical to yours. Different currencies, but the same human hope that what we're offering will be accepted, that who we are will be enough. You're at a ball and you've just dropped your glove. Not accidentally, deliberately. You've let it slip from your fingers in a specific way, at a specific angle, landing a specific distance from your feet. And now you wait, heart pounding, to see if the person you're interested in understands what you've just communicated. Because that wasn't clumsiness. That was a sentence in a silent language. And whether they respond correctly will determine whether this courtship moves forward or dies right here, in this moment of fabricated accident. Welcome to the world of accessory semaphore, where gloves, fans, and handkerchiefs became instruments of flirtation, so sophisticated that entire conversations could happen across a crowded room without a single word being spoken aloud. In an era when young people were constantly chaperoned, when direct verbal flirtation was considered vulgar, and when even eye contact had to be carefully calibrated, accessories became the vocabulary of attraction. They allowed you to express interest, rejection, invitation, or warning, all while maintaining perfect propriety on the surface. The fan language was the most elaborate system, reaching its peak of sophistication in 18th and 19th century Europe. A woman with a fan was armed with dozens of possible gestures, each one carrying a specific meaning. Historians have documented over 50 distinct fan signals, though how universally these were understood remains a subject of scholarly debate. Some signals were obvious enough that anyone watching could interpret them. Others were so subtle that only someone who was actively looking for the message would catch it. Hear how it worked. Holding the fan in your right hand in front of your face meant, "Follow me." Holding it in your left hand in front of your face meant, "I wish to be acquainted." Drawing the fan across your cheek said, "I love you." Drawing it across your forehead meant, "You have changed." Twirling the fan in your left hand declared, "We are being watched." twirling it in your right hand announced, I love another. You could accept or reject a suitor, arrange a meeting, warn of danger, or announce your unavailability, all while appearing to be simply cooling yourself in a warm ballroom. Closing the fan slowly meant, I promise to marry you. Closing it quickly meant, I do not love you. Dropping the fan said, we will be friends. Fanning slowly communicated, I am married. Fanning quickly announced, I am engaged. Opening and closing the fan repeatedly meant, you are cruel. Placing the fan behind your head with your finger extended said, goodbye. Drawing the fan across your eyes meant, I am sorry. Touching the tip of the fan with your finger meant, I wish to speak with you. But here, where it gets deliciously complex, resting the fan on your right cheek meant, yes. Resting it on your left cheek meant, no. So someone could pose a question through their own fan gesture, and you could answer with your placement, an entire conversation in gestural call and response. Will you meet me in the garden? A specific fan gesture. Yes. A fan to the right cheek. All of this conducted in full view of chaperones who saw nothing but ladies cooling themselves. The potential for practical jokes was enormous. A woman with a good sense of humor could deliberately send contradictory signals. I love you, followed immediately by, I love another, just to confuse a suitor. Or she could pretend to fan herself innocently, while actually telling someone to go away. The deniability was perfect. What? I was just hot. You thought I was sending you a message. How presumptuous. Gloves operated on a simpler but equally effective code. Dropping a glove was a classic invitation. I'm interested, and I want you to approach me. The excuse of needing someone to retrieve your glove gave you a socially acceptable reason to interact. Dropping it with the fingers pointing towards someone was even more specific. You. I'm signaling you. Smoothing your glove meant, I wish to speak with you. Pulling at the fingers of your glove announced, I hate you, or at the very minimum, I'm very displeased with you. Putting on your gloves suggested you wanted to leave or end the conversation. Taking them off meant you wanted to stay and talk longer. Drawing your glove through your hand slowly was a sign of affection and interest. Biting the tips of your glove fingers was a dramatic gesture of frustration or anger. You wouldn't do this casually, so when you did it, everyone noticed. Turning a glove inside out meant, I don't love you, or sometimes, I love someone else, depending on the regional interpretation. Handkerchiefs were the most versatile accessories because they were carried by both men and women and had a legitimate, frequent use, which provided cover for signaling. Drawing your handkerchief across your lips meant, I wish to make your acquaintance. Drawing it across your forehead meant, we are being watched. Be careful. Dropping it meant, I love you, or sometimes, we will be friends, depending on how you dropped it and whether you maintained eye contact during the drop. Twisting your handkerchief in your hand signaled distress. I need help, or this situation is uncomfortable. Waving it meant goodbye in the most obvious interpretation, but a specific kind of wave, a figure-8 pattern, could mean remember me or think of me when I'm gone. Letting it hang from your hand carelessly suggested indifference or boredom. Holding it tightly indicated an intensity of feeling. And here's a quirky detail researchers love. Handkerchiefs could be perfumed. And the choice of scent carried meaning, too. Lavender suggested respect and caution. Rose indicated romantic love. Violet meant faithfulness. A potential suitor could literally sniff out your intentions if they got close enough, though this required a level of intimacy that wasn't always possible in chaperone situations. Parasols in daytime settings served similar functions to fans in evening ones. Opening a parasol suddenly could mean, I don't love you. Closing it meant, I love you in some systems, or I'm available in others. Carrying it over your right shoulder meant you wanted to be followed. Over the left shoulder meant you wanted to be left alone. Twirling it meant you were indifferent. Dragging it meant you were unhappy or in distress. The language of accessories extended to smaller items, too. A flower worn in the hair on the right side meant, I'm available for courtship. On the left side meant, I'm engaged or unavailable. And the type of flower added another layer of meaning. Remember our flower language, so you could communicate both your availability and your specific emotional state simultaneously. A red rose on the right side of your hair announced, I'm available and passionate. A white rose on the left said, I'm engaged to someone pure and worthy. Jewelry placement mattered. A ring worn on the right hand was safe. On the left hand, it suggested you were spoken for. But moving a ring from finger to finger during a conversation could send messages. Moving it up toward your fingertip suggested you wanted to end the conversation. Moving it down toward your palm indicated you wanted it to continue. Whether anyone actually did this, or whether it was more theoretical than practical, historians still debate. But etiquette manuals mentioned it frequently enough to suggest it wasn't purely fictional. Men had fewer accessories to work with, but they used what they had. Adjusting his cravat or necktie repeatedly indicated nervousness or attraction. This probably wasn't always intentional signaling, but observant women learned to read it as interest. Tapping his walking stick had meanings. Once meant yes, twice meant no, and 3 times meant maybe or I need to think about it. Running his hand through his hair suggested either interest or nervousness. Buttoning and unbuttoning his coat indicated restlessness or a desire to leave. Pocket watches gave men a prop for signaling. Checking the time obviously could mean I'm bored or I need to leave. But checking it at a specific moment in a conversation, right after a woman said something meaningful, could indicate, I'm noting this moment. I want to remember it. Winding the watch could mean, I'm waiting for something or time matters to me. Letting the watch chain swing freely was casual confidence. Wrapping the chain around his finger suggested a nervous attraction. Historians still argue whether these accessory languages were genuinely systematic or whether they were mostly aspirational, things that etiquette manuals claimed people did more than things people actually did consistently. The evidence is mixed. Some diaries and letters do reference using these signals. I drew my fan across my cheek, and he understood immediately. Other sources suggest confusion. She dropped her handkerchief 3 times, and I couldn't tell if she wanted me to retrieve it or if she was just clumsy. The potential for miscommunication was staggering, especially since different regions, social circles, and etiquette books sometimes offered contradictory interpretations of the same gesture. Your dropped glove might mean, "I'm interested in London, but I'm clumsy in Edinburgh," or it might mean something entirely different in Paris. Cross-cultural courtship must have been a minefield of misinterpreted accessories. Some people definitely used these systems deliberately and successfully. There are documented cases of couples who arranged entire elopements through accessory signaling in public places, right under the noses of watchful parents. The woman would signal meeting times and locations through her fan gestures, and the man would confirm with his handkerchief signals. They would coordinate an escape without ever having a private conversation, proving that the system could work when both parties were fluent in the language. But there were also disasters. A woman's innocent gesture misread as an invitation, leading to an unwanted suitor's persistence. A man's nervous habit interpreted as interest, creating awkward situations. The worst were the cases where someone thought they were sending one signal but accidentally sent another, meaning to say, "I want to talk," but instead communicating, "I hate you," or intending maybe later, but actually signaling, "I love another." The beauty of accessory language was its deniability. If you were caught using it, you could always claim innocent ignorance. What? I was just adjusting my glove because it was uncomfortable. You thought I was sending you a message. This protected your reputation while still allowing for some risk-taking in courtship. You could express interest without fully committing to it, test the waters without jumping in, and create opportunities for connection without openly violating propriety. You retrieve your deliberately dropped glove from the floor. Someone understood and has graciously returned it to you with a slight bow and meaningful eye contact. And now you execute the next gesture in your choreographed conversation. Your fan draws across your right cheek. Your handkerchief twists slightly in your left hand. You're speaking paragraphs without saying a single word, negotiating a courtship through objects and gestures, conducting a romance in a code that would baffle anyone who wasn't paying attention. And across the room, someone is paying very close attention indeed, reading your every signal, responding with their own, co-authoring a silent dialogue that might, if you're both lucky and fluent, result in something more permanent than dropped gloves and waved handkerchiefs. The conversation continues, accessory by accessory, gesture by gesture, a negotiation conducted in the grammar of objects and the syntax of movement. You're standing in a shop in February, surrounded by paper hearts and lace-edged cards, and you're trying to decide which mass-produced sentiment best captures your unique feelings for someone specific. The irony isn't lost on you. Valentine's Day has transformed from something obscure and vaguely medieval into a commercial juggernaut, and you're participating in it, wallet open, choosing between cards that say, "Be mine," and "You're my sweetheart," as if those phrases haven't been printed 10,000 times already. But how did we get here? How did one saint's martyrdom become this? The story starts, as many courtship traditions do, with a confusion of history, legend, and convenient mythology. Valentine was probably a real person, or possibly 2 or 3 real people whose stories got conflated over the centuries. The most popular legend claims he was a Roman priest who performed marriages for soldiers who were forbidden to wed, and was executed for it on February 14th, around 270 AD. Another version says he was martyred for helping Christians escape Roman prisons. A third suggests he sent the very first Valentine greeting himself while he was imprisoned, signing it, "From your Valentine." The historical evidence for any of this is thin, at best, but the legends persisted because they were useful. But here, where it gets interesting, the connection between Valentine's martyrdom and romantic love was essentially invented centuries later. Geoffrey Chaucer, writing in the 14th century, was possibly the first to associate Valentine's Day with romantic love in his poem, Parliament of Fowls. He wrote that birds chose their mates on scent. Valentine's Day, linking the date to courtship through natural observation, or perhaps just through poetic convenience. Since mid-February is actually too early for most birds to mate in England, historians still argue whether Chaucer was recording an existing tradition or creating one through his writing. Either way, it stuck. The folk belief emerged that birds began to pair off on February 14th, making it an auspicious day for humans to begin their own courtships. This belief spread through medieval Europe, gaining popularity despite its questionable ornithological accuracy. Young people would draw names on Valentine's Eve to determine their Valentines for the year, which was essentially a matchmaking lottery. The name you drew became your Valentine, and you were expected to exchange gifts and perhaps court seriously if the match seemed promising. Written Valentines appeared in the 15th century, with the oldest surviving example dated 1415, a letter from Charles, Duke of Orleans, to his wife while he was imprisoned in the Tower of London. "I am already sick of love, my very gentle Valentine," he wrote, establishing the convention of addressing your beloved as your Valentine on this specific day. The practice spread among the literate classes, with people writing affectionate verses and letters to their chosen Valentines. By the 18th century in England, exchanging handmade valentines had become fashionable among those who could afford paper and had the time to create elaborate designs. These weren't the simple cards we know today. They were art projects. People created paper lace by folding and cutting intricate patterns, creating three-dimensional cards that would open to reveal pop-up flowers or hearts. They wrote original poems, copied verses from popular books, or hired professional writers to compose something appropriately romantic. Some of these handmade valentines were serious courtship tools. A young man might spend weeks creating an elaborate card for a woman he was pursuing, demonstrating both his artistic skill and his devotion through his invested time. Others were playful or even satirical. Friends would exchange humorous valentines, or people would send deliberately ugly valentines to those they wanted to mock. Yes, the anti-Valentine tradition is almost as old as the Valentine itself. If you disliked someone, you could send them a vinegar valentine, a deliberately insulting card suggesting they were ugly, stupid, or otherwise undesirable. Romance. The Industrial Revolution transformed Valentine's Day from a craft tradition into a commercial one. In the 1840s, a woman named Esther Howland in the United States began mass-producing valentines using assembly line methods. She created elaborate cards with layered paper lace, ribbons, and colorful lithograph images, but she produced them in quantity rather than as one-offs. They were still relatively expensive and marketed to the middle and upper classes, but they were accessible in ways that handmade cards never were. Howland's innovation was recognizing that most people weren't skilled at making elaborate cards and would happily pay someone else to do it. Why spend hours creating mediocre paper lace when you could buy a beautiful, professionally made card for a reasonable price? The Romantics mourned this shift, arguing that bought cards lacked the personal touch of handmade ones. The Pragmatists celebrated it, noting that now anyone could participate in the Valentine's tradition, regardless of their artistic ability. The messages on these early commercial valentines were remarkably similar to modern ones: declarations of love, expressions of devotion, promises of faithfulness. To my Valentine, be mine, love me true. These phrases appeared in the 19th century and have barely changed since. What did change was the imagery. Early Valentines featured cherubs, doves, flowers, and hearts, symbols we still use, but also more unusual images like cats, dogs, and increasingly elaborate scenes of Victorian domestic life. By the late 1800s, Valentine's Day had become thoroughly commercialized. Not just cards, but gifts. Boxes of chocolates began to be marketed specifically for Valentine's Day, with heart-shaped boxes appearing in the 1860s. Jewelry advertisements emphasized Valentine's Day as the perfect occasion to give your beloved a ring or a necklace. Florists promoted roses as essential Valentine's gifts. The holiday that supposedly celebrated romantic authenticity had become a festival of consumption, and people complained about it then, just as they do now. But here's something that historians note. The commercialization actually democratized romantic expression. When Valentines were handmade luxuries, only the wealthy and educated could fully participate. Mass-produced cards and affordable gifts meant that working-class people could engage in the romantic gestures that had previously been reserved for their social betters. A factory worker could buy his sweetheart a card and a small box of candy, participating in the same romantic ritual as a banker, even if it was on a smaller scale. The commercial Valentine was an equalizer, for better or for worse. The tradition of anonymous Valentines added an element of mystery and risk. You could send a Valentine without signing it, leaving the recipient to guess who had sent it. This allowed for shy expressions of interest. You could declare your feelings without fully committing to them, testing the waters to see how the recipient reacted. If they seemed pleased, you might reveal yourself. If they seemed disappointed or confused, you could remain anonymous forever. It was courtship with a built-in exit strategy. Schools picked up the Valentine tradition in the early 20th century, requiring children to exchange Valentines with everyone in their class to avoid any hurt feelings. This transformed Valentine's Day from an exclusive, romantic holiday to an inclusive one, at least for children. Every kid got Valentines, not just the popular ones. Whether this was psychologically healthy, a forced expression of generic affection, or socially beneficial, preventing exclusion and bullying, remains debated. The greeting card industry exploded in the 20th century, with Valentine's Day becoming the second largest card-sending holiday after Christmas. Hallmark and other companies created cards for every possible relationship: romantic partners, spouses, parents, children, friends, teachers, coworkers. Valentine's Day expanded from specifically romantic love to encompass all forms of affection, diluting its romantic specificity but broadening its commercial appeal. Historians still argue whether Valentine's Day is primarily a celebration of love or an exploitation of it. The romantic interpretation says it provides a designated time for people to express feelings they might otherwise keep hidden, that it gives relationships a moment of focus and appreciation. The cynical interpretation notes that it's a manufactured holiday designed to sell products, that it creates pressure to perform romance on a schedule, and that it commodifies emotions that should be spontaneous. The evidence supports both interpretations. Some people genuinely value Valentine's Day as a reminder to express appreciation for their partners. They use it as an excuse to do something special that their busy lives otherwise prevent. Others resent the obligation, feeling forced to prove their love through purchased gifts and predetermined romantic gestures. Still others ignore it entirely, rejecting the commercial pressure while maintaining their relationships through more authentic, everyday expressions. The single person's experience of Valentine's Day is particularly fraught. The holiday becomes a reminder of what you don't have, amplified by marketing messages suggesting that romantic partnership is the default human state. Some singles have embraced Galentine's Day or Singles Awareness Day as alternatives, creating celebrations around friendship or self-love instead. Others simply endure February 14th as a day to be gotten through, like a bout of bad weather. The modern Valentine looks remarkably like its 19th century ancestor. Hearts, flowers, red and pink color schemes, declarations of affection. We've added digital valentines, e-cards, social media posts, text messages with heart emojis, but the core gestures remain unchanged. The medium evolves, but the message stays constant. I'm thinking of you romantically on this culturally designated day for thinking romantically. Do you remember the elaborate courtship rituals we've discussed? The coded letters, the flower language, the accessory signals. Valentine's Day simplified all of that into a single, annual moment. Instead of months of carefully negotiated courtship, you could express your interest with a card. Instead of learning complex codes, you could buy a pre-written message. Valentine's Day was courtship for the impatient and the busy, romance compressed into a purchasable gesture. But something was lost in that simplification. The old courtship rituals required investment, time, creativity, personal risk. A mass-produced card requires only money and the willingness to stand in line at a drugstore. The gesture became easier, more accessible, more democratic, but also less meaningful, less personal, less distinctive. Your Valentine says the same thing as 10,000 others. And while the sentiment might be sincere, the expression of it is borrowed. You select your card, pay at the register, and write a brief message inside, something personal, something specific, trying to inject some uniqueness into this mass-produced ritual. And maybe that's the compromise modern courtship has reached with Valentine's Day. We participate in the commercial framework, but we try to personalize it enough to make it meaningful. We accept the pre-printed sentiment, but add our own words. We buy the expected roses, but choose a specific color with a specific meaning. We work within the system while trying to transcend it, negotiating between authenticity and convenience, between personal expression and cultural expectation. Zenda. Valentine, whoever he was, probably wouldn't recognize what his feast day has become. But he might understand the underlying impulse, finding ways to say, I love you, that society will recognize and validate, even if the forms those ways take are stranger than anything a medieval Roman could have ever imagined. You're standing in someone's parlor, and they're handing things back to you. A ring, 3 letters tied with a ribbon, a pressed flower, a lock of your hair woven into a bracelet. Each object lands in your palm with the weight of failure, each one a small death of a possibility. This is the ritual of the broken engagement, the negotiation that didn't conclude successfully, the courtship that's being formally terminated. And every single token you gave must be returned. Every gift must be acknowledged and surrendered, because keeping them would be theft, not of objects but of hope. Broken engagements were far more common than we might imagine from romantic literature, which tends to skip this awkward middle ground between courtship and marriage. Engagements failed for countless reasons. One party developed feelings for someone else. Families withdrew their approval. Financial circumstances changed. someone's reputation was damaged by a scandal. Incompatibilities emerged during the engagement period, or one person simply changed their mind. Whatever the reason, ending an engagement required a formal process, and that process centered on the return of gifts. The legal principle was straightforward. Engagement gifts were conditional. They were given on the condition that a marriage would follow. If the marriage didn't follow, the condition wasn't met, and the gifts had to be returned. This applied to everything, from expensive jewelry to handwritten letters to tokens as small as a ribbon or a flower. The law treated broken engagements like broken contracts, and the return of gifts was part of settling the account. But the emotional reality was far more complicated than the legal framework. These weren't just objects. They were memories, proofs of affection, tangible evidence that someone had once valued you enough to give you their time, money, or creativity. Returning them felt like erasing the relationship, admitting it had been temporary and conditional all along. But keeping them felt like clinging to something that no longer existed, or worse, stealing an emotional currency you hadn't earned. The engagement ring was the centerpiece of this return ritual. By the Victorian era, diamond engagement rings were becoming standard among the wealthy, though the tradition wasn't as universal as it would later become. These rings represented a significant financial investment, and returning one could be economically devastating to the man who had purchased it. He'd spent money he might not have been able to afford, money he might have borrowed or saved for years to accumulate, and now he was getting it back. But he couldn't necessarily recoup his investment by reselling it. Women faced different pressures around the return of the ring. Keeping the ring when the engagement ended marked you as grasping or vengeful. But returning it acknowledged that the relationship was truly over, that there was no hope of reconciliation. Some women delayed the return, holding on to the ring for weeks or months, unable to quite accept the finality. Some returned it immediately, wanting to sever all connection as quickly as possible. And some returned it through intermediaries, a family member or a friend, to avoid the pain of a face-to-face exchange. Letters were particularly fraught. These contained your actual words, your expressed feelings, possibly declarations of love or desire that seemed sincere at the time but now felt embarrassing or manipulative. Historians note that returned letters were often burned immediately. Both parties wanted to destroy the evidence of an intimacy that was now inappropriate. Some people would read through the letters one last time before burning them, reliving the relationship's arc. Others burned them unread, unable to bear the emotional weight of revisiting failed promises. But here's where it gets legally interesting. Letters could be used as evidence in breach of promise lawsuits. If you had written explicit promises to marry, and then broken those promises without a sufficient cause, you could be sued for damages. The letters you had exchanged were evidence of the contract. So returning the letters wasn't just emotionally wise, it was legally strategic. If you returned all the letters and gifts, You eliminated the evidence that could be used against you in court. Breach of promise lawsuits were surprisingly common in the 18th and 19th centuries. They operated on the principle that an engagement was a binding contract, and breaking it without just cause entitled the injured party to financial compensation. Women sued men more often than the reverse, partly because women suffered greater reputational and economic damage from a broken engagement. A woman who had been engaged and then jilted was viewed as used goods by society. Her prospects for a future marriage were diminished, and she might have turned down other suitors while she was engaged, losing opportunities. The damages awarded in these lawsuits could be substantial. The courts considered the woman's loss of marriage prospects, the public humiliation she had suffered, and any expenses that were incurred in preparation for the wedding. A successful breach of promise suit might result in an award equivalent to years of income. This gave women some leverage in courtship negotiations. A man knew that breaking an engagement could be financially ruinous, so he would think carefully before proposing. But the lawsuits were double-edged swords. To win, the woman had to prove that she had behaved properly throughout the courtship and engagement. If any evidence emerged that she had been flirting with other men, or that her reputation was questionable, or that she had somehow provoked the broken engagement, her case was weakened. The trial often became a public examination of her character, with all of her private correspondence read aloud in court. Some women won their cases, but lost their reputations in the process. Men could also sue for breach of promise, though they did so less frequently. The logic was similar. An engagement was a contract, and breaking it caused damages. But a man's damages were calculated differently. A man hadn't lost his marriage prospects the way a woman had, but he might have incurred expenses in preparing for the marriage, or he might have turned down professional opportunities because he had planned to marry and relocate. Some men sued on principle, wanting public vindication more than financial compensation. Historians still argue whether breach of promise laws protected women or commodified them. The protection argument notes that these laws gave women recourse when men seduced them with promises of marriage and then abandoned them. In a society where a woman's economic security depended on marriage, breaking an engagement could genuinely ruin her life, and financial compensation was better than nothing. The commodification argument points out that the laws essentially put a price tag on a woman's virtue and marriage prospects, treating her as damaged goods whose depreciated value could be calculated in pounds sterling. The return of gifts happened in various ways. Some couples met face to face for the exchange, turning it into a final conversation where grievances were aired or apologies were made. These meetings could be emotionally intense, filled with anger, tears, recriminations, or occasionally a mature, mutual acknowledgement that the match just wasn't right. Other returns happened through intermediaries, with family members or friends serving as go-betweens to avoid direct contact. Letters would arrive. Enclosed, please find the ring you gave me, along with your letters. I am returning them as is proper. I wish you well. Formal cold final. Some gifts couldn't be returned because they had been consumed or destroyed. If your fiancé had given you chocolates that you had eaten or flowers that had wilted, you couldn't return them. If you had given her a dress that she had worn or him cigars that he had smoked, those were gone. These consumable gifts existed in a gray area. They had been given and accepted during a valid engagement, so arguably, she had had the right to consume them at the time. But their absence from the return pile could create resentment. She kept everything she could use and only returned what she couldn't. Handmade tokens presented particular problems. If you had spent months carving a wooden love spoon or creating an embroidered handkerchief, returning it meant watching your invested time and skill be given back as if it had no value. Some people ask that handmade items be destroyed rather than returned. They didn't want to see their work again, and they didn't want the recipient to keep something so personal. Others insisted on their return precisely because the items were so personal and valuable. And here's a quirky historical detail that researchers love. Some people kept inventories of the gifts they had given and received during a courtship, precisely to facilitate the returns if necessary. These lists would note, October 12th, gave a mother-of-pearl hair comb. December 3rd, received from him a silver thimble. If the engagement broke, the list ensured that nothing was forgotten or disputed. This level of bureaucratic romance seems charmingly pessimistic, planning for failure even while you're pursuing success. Family heirlooms created special complications. If you had given your fiancé your grandmother's ring, you especially wanted it back. It wasn't just valuable, it was irreplaceable family history. If she had given you a watch that had belonged to her father, she needed it returned to keep it in her family. These items carried a weight that went beyond their monetary value, and their return was often negotiated very carefully. Sometimes the families would get involved directly. That ring has been in our family for 3 generations. It must be returned. The public engagements that ended required public acknowledgments. An announcement might appear in the newspaper. The engagement between Mr. James Peterson and Miss Sarah Williams has been terminated by mutual consent. This saved both parties from having to explain repeatedly to every acquaintance what had happened, but it also made the failure a public record, documented for posterity, and for anyone who cared to look up your romantic history. The emotional aftermath of the returned gifts lasted long after the physical exchange. You'd see the empty spaces where her photograph had sat on your desk. She'd notice the bare spot on her dresser where your carved box had rested. The absence of these objects was its own kind of presence, a constant reminder of what might have been. Some people immediately removed all traces of their failed engagements, packing away or destroying anything that prompted memories. Others left things in place for weeks, unable to quite accept the change. Occasionally, people would refuse to return gifts, which could escalate into legal action. He gave me that necklace. It's mine. I'm keeping it. She has letters that contain private information about my family, and she's threatening to publish them. These disputes could become public spectacles, with newspapers reporting on prominent citizens battling over returned jewelry or letters. The spectacle often damaged both parties' reputations more than simply complying with the return protocol would have. The practice of returning gifts persists today, though in a modified form. Modern broken engagements still typically involve returning the engagement ring, especially if it was expensive. But we're less systematic about the other gifts. Most people don't return birthday presents or Christmas gifts that were exchanged during a relationship. We've lost some of the formality, but we've kept the core principle. Engagement gifts are conditional, and when the condition isn't met, they should be returned. You're left standing there with your return tokens in your hand, the physical archive of a relationship that didn't survive to marriage. Each object is a small monument to a failed negotiation, to an incompatibility discovered, to timing that wasn't right, or people who weren't suited despite their best intentions. You could be bitter about it. These things cost you money or time or emotional energy that you'll never get back. Or you could be philosophical about it. It's better to discover an incompatibility during an engagement than after a marriage. It's better to return the gifts than to keep them as bitter reminders. The negotiation of love didn't conclude successfully this time, but the process itself was honest. And sometimes, honesty means acknowledging when something isn't working. The returned gifts are proof that you tried, that someone else tried too, and that sometimes trying just isn't enough. Tomorrow, you'll put these objects away, or you'll dispose of them. And eventually, you'll try again with someone else, negotiating a different courtship that might, if you're lucky, if you're compatible, if the timing works, result in gifts that never need to be returned. You're standing on a dock, and the person you love is boarding a ship. In just a few minutes, they'll be gone. Not across town, not to the next county, but across an ocean, or to a distant war, or to a frontier territory so remote that letters take months to arrive, if they arrive at all. You're holding one last letter to give to them, and they're pressing one into your hand, and both of you know that by the time you read each other's next words, weeks or even months will have passed. This is long-distance courtship in an era before phones, before planes, before any technology that could collapse distance into something manageable. This is love maintained across a silence, so profound it feels like death. Long-distance courtship wasn't an unfortunate exception in historical romance. It was common, almost expected in many circumstances. Men went to sea for years. Soldiers deployed to foreign wars for indefinite periods. Economic opportunity pulled people to colonies, to frontiers, to cities far from their homes. Families migrated in stages, with one member leaving to establish security before sending for the others. And throughout all of this, people fell in love, got engaged, and then had to maintain those bonds across distances that could swallow up months of time. The letter became everything. It was your only connection, your only proof that the other person still existed and still remembered you. Letters traveled slowly, by ship, by post rider, by whatever uncertain means existed at the time. A letter sent from London to India in the 1850s might take 4 to 6 months to arrive, and the reply would take another 4 to 6 months to return. You would write a letter in January expressing your feelings about something that was happening then, and by the time your beloved read it in June or July, everything would have changed. You were always responding to letters that described situations that had long since been resolved, emotions that had already evolved into something different. This temporal dislocation created strained, epistolary relationships. You'd receive a letter where your beloved was worried about something, and you would write back with reassurance. But by the time your reassurance arrived, they had either resolved the problem, or it had resolved itself, or it had escalated into a crisis. You were always responding to old news, always months behind the actual reality of each other's lives. Historians note that these time-delayed conversations read like two people talking past each other, but they weren't. They were just doing their best to maintain a connection across a time and space that made real-time dialogue impossible. The frequency of the letters became a measure of devotion. If you could send a letter every week, that demonstrated your commitment. You were spending significant time writing to someone you might not see for years. But receiving letters was less predictable. The ships sank. Post riders were robbed. Letters went to the wrong addresses or sat in postal depots, waiting for a transport that never came. You might send 20 letters and have your beloved receive only 12. They might think you had written less often than you actually had, might think you were losing interest when you were actually writing faithfully. Some couples developed systems to track their letters. Each letter would be numbered. This is my letter number 47 to you. That way, if you received letter number 45 and then letter number 47, you knew that number 46 was missing. You could write back, I received your letters 45 and 47, but not 46. Can you summarize what it said? This wasn't just organizational obsessiveness. It was crucial. If a letter containing important information being transferred to another location, my father has withdrawn his blessing. Please come missing. The consequences could be severe. The content of long-distance courtship letters was necessarily different from letters that were exchanged locally. You couldn't write about immediate plans or upcoming meetings because there were none. Instead, you wrote about your daily life in excruciating detail, trying to make your beloved feel present in your experience despite the distance. Today I walked past the bakery where we used to meet, and I thought of you. The weather here is cold, and I wondered if you're also experiencing winter where you are, or if you're somewhere warm now. These letters were attempts to maintain intimacy through a shared, mundane experience, through making the ordinary significant, because It was being observed by someone who cared. People would send tokens that could travel, pressed flowers, strands of hair, small pressed leaves from significant places. These physical objects anchored the relationship in reality. When you had gone for months without seeing someone, without hearing their voice, without any sensory confirmation of their existence, holding something that they had touched, something that had been in their hands, became vitally important. A pressed flower was proof that this person is real. They were thinking of me. They took the time to select this and send it across oceans. Photographs, once they became available in the mid-19th century, revolutionized long-distance courtship. Now you could actually look at your beloved's face. The image was static, frozen, but it was something. Couples would exchange photographs before long separations, and those photographs would be carried constantly, looked at daily, and sometimes even talked to as if they were the person themselves. The letters would reference the photographs. I look at your picture every morning and imagine what you might be saying to me today. But here's something that historians note. Photographs could also be unsettling. If you were apart for years, both of you would change. The photograph you carried showed someone who no longer existed exactly as they were pictured. When you finally reunited, there was always a moment of adjustment. This person looks like the photograph, but they're also different, older, marked by experiences I wasn't present for. The photograph created expectations that reality then had to compete with. The anxiety of waiting for letters was profound. You would calculate. The ship left London on March 15th, so allowing for weather and routing. It should reach the port by July 1st, and then the overland journey to his location will take another week. So he'll receive my letter by mid-July at the earliest. Then he'll need time to write a reply. Then that letter has to make the return journey. So I shouldn't expect a response before December. December arrives. No letter. Is he angry? Is he dead? Has he met someone else? Did the letter sink with the ship? You have no way of knowing. January comes. February. Finally, in March, nearly a year after you sent your letter, a reply arrives and it begins. My dearest, I hope you understand that I only just received your letter of March last year, and I have hastened to reply immediately. Some relationships couldn't survive this. The silence was too long, the uncertainty too painful. People gave up and married someone local. Some fell in love with someone they could actually see and touch. Some simply decided that a relationship maintained only through letters every 6 months wasn't really a relationship at all. The broken engagements that resulted were complicated by the distance. You couldn't have a face-to-face conversation about ending things. You would have to write a letter breaking the engagement, send it, and then wait for months to hear back, months during which you didn't know if they had received it, how they had reacted, or whether they had already sent their own letter ending things that was now crossing yours in the mail. Historians still argue whether long-distance courtships created stronger or weaker bonds. The Stronger Bonds argument notes that couples who survived years of separation had proven their commitment through endurance. They had maintained their feelings across an absence, which suggested a real depth of emotion. The Weaker Bonds argument points out that it's easy to idealize someone you never actually have to live with day to day. The person in your letters might be quite different from the person in reality. And when couples finally reunited after years apart, they sometimes discovered they had been in love with fantasies rather than with actual people. There are documented cases of couples who maintained a courtship across 5, 7, even 10 years of separation. Letters crossed oceans, describing lives that were lived in parallel but apart. I have accepted a position as a school teacher here. I've saved 50 pounds toward our future. I have been promoted to sergeant. I've requested an assignment to a posting that will allow me to send for you. These letters track the progress towards an eventual reunion, counting down the obstacles that stood between their separation and their marriage. But sometimes the obstacles never cleared. The promised position didn't materialize. The saved money was lost in a bank failure, or stolen, or spent on an emergency. The war lasted longer than expected. The frontier assignment was extended indefinitely. Years became decades, and some couples eventually wrote final letters, acknowledging that the reunion would never happen, that they needed to release each other from the promises they had made when that reunion seemed possible. The cruelest variation was when one party died during the separation, and letters continued to arrive for months after their death because they had been sent before it happened. Imagine receiving cheerful letters from someone you know is dead, reading their hopes and their plans, and their declarations of love that were written before they ever knew they were dying. These letters were treasured but painful evidence of a life that no longer existed, words from someone who had moved from the present tense to the past. Some couples dealt with the long-distance separation through proxy arrangements. A man who was overseas might send money to his fiancée's family for her support, essentially fulfilling husbandly financial duties before the marriage had actually occurred. A woman might send practical items, knitted socks, preserved foods, medications, acting as a wife would act in providing care. These exchanges maintain the relationship as something active rather than suspended, proving their commitment through ongoing, reciprocal care despite the distance. The reunion, when it finally happened, was its own kind of negotiation. You would be meeting someone you knew intimately through their letters, but hadn't physically been present with for years. Would they look different? Would their personality match what you had constructed from their written words? Would the chemistry that existed before the separation still exist after years of absence? Some reunions were joyful confirmations that love had survived. Others were awkward discoveries that too much time had passed, that the people who had separated were different from the people who were now reuniting. There's a subset of long-distance courtship that never resulted in a physical reunion at all. Couples who courted entirely by correspondence, got engaged by mail, and sometimes even married by proxy without ever meeting face to face after the engagement. This happened in frontier situations where travel was impossible, and population imbalances meant there were few available partners locally. A woman in an eastern city might correspond with a man in a western territory, agree to marry him, and travel to him only for the wedding, meeting him in person for the very first time at the altar. These marriages were gambles. You were betting your entire future on letters and whatever photograph might have been exchanged. You watched the ship pull away from the dock, growing smaller as the water widens between you and the person you love. In your pocket is their letter, still unread because you wanted to save it, to open it after they had gone, when you needed the comfort most. Tomorrow, you'll write your first letter into the silence, beginning a conversation that will stretch across months and oceans, across time zones and seasons. You'll write about ordinary things, the weather, your work, your daily routines, trying to keep them present in your life despite their absence. You'll write declarations of feeling that they won't read for months, hoping those feelings will still be accurate when the words finally arrive. And you'll wait for their letters in return, counting the days and calculating the ship schedules, and just hopping that distance is something that love can survive. That absence is something that a presence in ink can compensate for. That negotiating love across silence is possible, even when the silence is profound enough to swallow entire seasons of your life. The ship disappears over the horizon, and your real courtship begins now. The one that will be maintained through patience, through letters, and through a faith that words traveling slowly across enormous distances can sustain something as fragile and as necessary as love. You're on one knee, and time has stopped. Not metaphorically. It genuinely feels like the universe has paused, waiting for the answer to the question you've just asked. Your heart is hammering so loudly you wonder if everyone in the room can hear it. Your mouth is dry. The ring box is open in your trembling hand, and the person you've just asked to marry you is looking at you with an expression you can't quite read. Is that joy? A surprise? Horror? The seconds stretch into geological epochs. This is the proposal moment, the culmination of all the courtship negotiation we've discussed, and everything depends on what happens in the next breath. The marriage proposal is the hinge point of courtship, the moment when negotiation becomes commitment or doesn't. Everything before this has led here. The letters, the tokens, the carefully managed meetings, the parental approval negotiations, the gradual escalation of intimacy and intention. And everything after this depends on what happens now. Whether the answer is yes or no, whether this courtship concludes in an engagement or ends in rejection, this is the single most high-stakes question most people will ask in their entire lives. And the cultural rituals surrounding it reflect that weight. But here's something interesting that historians note. The proposal as we know it, spontaneous, surprising, the man asking and the woman responding, is actually a relatively recent invention. For most of history, proposals weren't surprises at all. They were the formalized conclusions to negotiations that had been happening openly for months or even years. Both parties knew it was coming. The families had discussed the terms. The question itself was almost ceremonial, a required verbal confirmation of arrangements that had already been made. The shift towards surprise proposals happened gradually during the 19th century. As romantic love became more valued and arranged marriages less common, the idea emerged that a proposal should be a romantic gesture, spontaneous and emotional rather than bureaucratic. But this created new anxieties. If the proposal was supposed to be a surprise, how could you be sure the answer would be yes? You couldn't negotiate openly anymore. That would ruin the romance of the surprise. So you had to read subtle signals, interpret ambiguous cues, and hope you had assessed the situation correctly before you literally got down on your knees and asked. The bended knee posture itself is fascinating. It's a gesture of supplication, of vulnerability, of placing yourself physically lower than the person you're asking. In medieval courtship, kneeling was a standard posture of respect and service. Knights knelt before ladies in the courtly love traditions. By the 19th century, it had become specifically associated with marriage proposals. But not everyone knelt. Some men proposed while they were seated, some while they were walking together, some in letters. The kneel was romantic theater, emphasizing the gravity of the question, but it wasn't universal or required. The ring, specifically the diamond engagement ring, became standard surprisingly late. Diamond engagement rings were rare before the late 19th century and didn't become the default expectation until the mid-20th century, partly due to some aggressive marketing by diamond companies. Before that, people used various kinds of rings, or no rings at all. Some proposal involved giving family heirloom rings. Some used simple bands. Some didn't even involve a ring in the proposal, but added one later. The modern expectation that a proposal requires a diamond ring worth months of your salary is largely a 20th century marketing genius, convincing us that it's an ancient tradition. The ring selection was its own negotiation. Should you choose the ring yourself, demonstrating your taste and your commitment to surprising her? Or should you involve her in the selection, ensuring she'll actually like what she'll be wearing for decades? The surprise proposal demanded that you choose it yourself, but that meant risking getting it wrong. The wrong style, the wrong size, the wrong stone. Some men compromised by proposing with a temporary ring, or no ring at all, and then going shopping together afterward. This was practical, but less romantically dramatic. The location of the proposal mattered intensely. Proposing in private was intimate and personal, but it meant there were no witnesses. If she said no, at least your rejection was private. Proposing in public, at a social gathering, during a party, in front of family, created a social pressure. She would find it harder to refuse in front of an audience, which could be strategic, but it was also coercive. The most romantic proposals happened in significant locations, the place where you first met, a beautiful natural setting, somewhere meaningful to your relationship. But these locations required planning, which created its own pressure. What if the weather was bad? What if you couldn't get any privacy? The words themselves were agonized over. Will you marry me? Was the traditional phrasing, direct and clear, but some men would elaborate. You have made me the happiest man alive, and I cannot imagine a future without you. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Others fumbled through impromptu speeches, losing their prepared words in their nervousness. The most successful proposals, according to period accounts, were those that felt sincere rather than performed. Stumbling through genuine emotion was more appealing than perfectly delivered, rehearsed lines. But here, where historical practice diverged significantly from our modern expectations, women weren't supposed to answer immediately. Propriety demanded that a woman, even if she wanted to say yes, should ask for time to consider. Accepting too quickly suggested an unseemly eagerness. She was supposed to be thoughtful, to consult with her parents, to take at least several days to provide her answer. This drove proposing men mad with anxiety. He had just asked the question, exposed his heart, and now he had to wait for days or even weeks for a response. Some women used this waiting period strategically. If the proposal wasn't entirely welcome, but rejecting it would create social complications, she could delay, hoping the man would withdraw his proposal or that the circumstances would change. If she wanted to negotiate the terms, where they would live, how her property would be managed, what role her family would play, the waiting period gave her leverage. She hadn't said yes yet, so he might make concessions to secure her agreement. Rejection had to be handled delicately. A direct no was considered rude unless the proposal was wildly inappropriate. Instead, women were taught to offer gentle refusals. I'm very honored, but I don't feel we're well suited. I value our friendship too much to risk it. I'm not ready for marriage at this time. These phrases soften the rejection while still communicating the refusal. A wise proposer would accept the refusal gracefully and withdraw. A persistent one might ask for permission to try again in the future, turning a single proposal into a campaign. Historians still argue whether surprise proposals empowered or pressured women. The empowerment argument notes that requiring the woman's explicit verbal consent, even if that consent was delayed and negotiated, gave her agency in choosing her spouse. The pressure argument points out that social expectations, parental wishes, economic realities, and the sheer difficulty of refusing someone who has just made themselves vulnerable on bended knee created coercive situations, where yes was simply the path of least resistance, even if it wasn't the desired answer. Multiple proposals to the same person were common. A man might propose, be refused, wait 6 months or a year, and then try again. Sometimes persistence paid off. She had changed her mind, or the circumstances had changed, or he had improved his prospects. Other times, Repeated proposals after a clear refusal crossed into harassment. The line between romantic persistence and unwelcome pressure was blurry, and women had limited recourse if a refused suitor wouldn't accept the rejection. The proposal could be the end of one negotiation and the beginning of another. Once she said yes, the engagement period began, during which the families would negotiate the marriage settlements, plan the wedding, and the couple would navigate the transition from courting to betrothed. The engagement could last for months or years, depending on the circumstances. They might need to wait for financial stability, for family approval, for a suitable time of year for the wedding. The proposal secured the commitment, but not the immediate marriage. Public proposal spectacles were rare in earlier centuries, but became more common as romantic gestures were increasingly valued. A man might arrange for a proposal at a ball, with musicians playing and everyone watching. These public proposals were a higher risk. A rejection was witnessed, making it more humiliating, but also a higher reward. An acceptance was celebrated immediately by an assembled audience. The social pressure of the witnesses made rejection less likely, which could be manipulative, but it was effective. Some proposals happened through intermediaries. In very formal or very traditional contexts, a man might have his father or another representative approach the woman's father to propose on his behalf. The actual proposing man might not even be present for the initial question. This removed the romantic spontaneity, but followed the older patterns where marriage was primarily about a family alliance rather than individual romance. It also protected both parties from a direct rejection if the answer was no. They hadn't had to face each other in that moment of refusal. Letter proposals were surprisingly common, especially in long-distance courtship situations, or among people whose social anxiety made face-to-face proposals too daunting. A letter proposal had its advantages. You could craft your words carefully, express yourself fully without your nervousness disrupting your speech, and give her time to respond thoughtfully. The disadvantage was that you couldn't read her reaction, couldn't adjust your approach based on her response, and couldn't be present for what might be the happiest moment of both of your lives. Failed proposals didn't necessarily end the relationship permanently. Some couples who started with a rejected proposal eventually married after their circumstances changed. She might have refused because she wasn't ready yet, or because her parents initially opposed him, or because his financial prospects seemed insufficient. Later, with more maturity, with parental approval secured, with improved circumstances, she might accept a second or a third proposal. These delayed acceptances weren't about settling. They were about recognizing that timing matters just as much as compatibility. The seconds are still stretching as you wait for your answer, though in reality, it's probably been only 3 or 4 actual seconds since you asked. You're noticing absurd details. A crack in the floorboard, the specific shade of their eyes, the sound of your own breathing. This moment will define your future. Either you'll remember this as the best moment of your life, when everything began, or you'll remember it as the worst, when you exposed your heart and had it declined. The proposal is the ultimate vulnerability, the moment when all negotiation ends and you simply ask, will you choose me? Will you take this risk with me? Will you build a future with me? And whatever the answer is, it will come in the next breath, transforming possibility into reality, hope into an outcome, negotiation into a decision. You're standing in a museum, looking through glass at objects that once meant everything to someone. A faded letter, the ink barely legible, the paper as fragile as autumn leaves. A tarnished ring with a stone that no longer catches the light the way it once did. A pressed flower so old it's nearly translucent, its original color long faded to brown. A carved wooden token with initials that nobody alive remembers. These are the artifacts of historical courtship, the physical remains of negotiations conducted by people whose names you might not even know, whose stories have been reduced to objects in display cases, whose complicated emotional lives have been flattened into museum placards that read, "Love Token, circa 1820," or "Courtship Letter, author unknown." But these objects still speak, if you know how to listen. They tell us that love has always required negotiation, that intimacy has always involved risk, that human beings have always struggled to express feelings that seem too large for words or gestures. The letters in museum archives, the rings in jewelry collections, the pressed flowers between the pages of old books, these are the evidence that we've always been trying to solve the same problem. How do you tell someone they matter to you? How do you negotiate a shared future when you're both uncertain and vulnerable and hoping not to be hurt? The museum letters are particularly moving because they're so often incomplete. You'll find half of a correspondence. Her letters survived, his didn't, or vice versa. You're reading one side of a conversation, filling in the gaps with your imagination, constructing the missing responses from context clues. A letter that says, "I was relieved to read your reassurance," tells you that a previous letter must have contained some reassurance, but you'll never know exactly what was said or how it was phrased. These partial archives are courtships with holes in them, negotiations where we can see some of the moves, but not all of them. Some museum collections contain entire relationship arcs documented in objects. You can trace a courtship from the first calling card through exchanged tokens, love letters growing increasingly intimate, an engagement announcement, wedding invitations, and sometimes, heartbreakingly, letters of condolence when one partner died young. These collections tell complete stories if you read them chronologically. They show you how two people moved from being strangers to being intimates, how they negotiated the stages of courtship, how their relationship progressed, or failed, or was cut short by circumstances beyond their control. The material culture of courtship reveals class and status in ways that words sometimes obscure. An expensive ring tells you this person had money. Cheap paper tells you they didn't. Elaborate calligraphy suggests an education or the money to hire a scribe. Simple, Direct language might indicate less formal education, but not necessarily less sincere feeling. The objects are evidence of who had access to what resources, who could afford romantic gestures, and who had to make do with ingenuity and time instead of money. The conservation of these materials is its own story. Paper degrades, metal corrodes, fabric disintegrates. The fact that these objects survived at all means someone valued them enough to preserve them carefully. They kept letters in a box in a dry place, stored rings in protective cases, pressed flowers between heavy books. Sometimes objects survived accidentally, forgotten in attics and rediscovered generations later. Other times they were deliberately preserved as family heirlooms, passed down with stories attached. This was your great-great-grandmother's engagement ring. This is the letter your great-great-grandfather wrote when he proposed. Historians still argue about how to interpret these romantic artifacts. Are they primarily valuable as historical evidence, data points that tell us about courtship practices, economic conditions, and social norms? Or are they valuable as emotional documents, proof that people felt deeply, loved genuinely, and hoped desperately in ways that transcend their historical moment? The answer is probably both. A Victorian love letter tells us about Victorian language and social conventions, but it also tells us something universal about human longing that hasn't changed much in the intervening decades. Some of the most fascinating artifacts are the ones that were never completed or sent. Unsent letters, engagement announcements that never happened, rings that were purchased but never given. These objects document failed negotiations, relationships that didn't survive to marriage, courtships interrupted by death or circumstance or a change of heart. They're poignant precisely because they represent the roads not taken, the futures that existed as a possibility but never became a reality. The language in historical love letters can sound strange to our modern ears, so formal, so elaborate, so indirect. But if you read enough of them, you start to recognize the genuine emotion that lies beneath the formal phrasing. When someone in 1850 writes, "Your absence weighs upon my heart with an almost physical burden," they're saying, "I miss you desperately," in the vocabulary that was available to them. The feelings aren't different, just the words we use to describe them have changed. Strip away the outdated language, and you're reading about the same anxieties, hopes, and vulnerabilities that characterize courtship today. Some museums have digitized their courtship letter collections, making them available online. You can read actual historical love letters, see the handwriting, observe the crossings out where someone changed their phrasing. These digital archives democratize access to historical intimacy. You don't need to visit a physical museum to encounter these stories. But something is lost in the digitization, too. You can't feel the quality of the paper, can't see the actual size of the object, can't observe the physical wear that indicates how often something was handled or read. The rings in museum collections often come with an incomplete provenance. Gold ring with ruby, circa 1780. Donor unknown. Who wore this? Who gave it? Was the marriage happy? Did it last? We'll never know. And that not knowing is its own lesson. Most courtships, most marriages, most individual lives don't leave detailed records. We're lucky if we leave anything at all that outlasts our immediate descendants' memories. These rings are anonymous monuments to relationships that mattered intensely to specific people, but mean nothing now except as examples of jewelry from a particular period. Do you remember all the elaborate systems we discussed? The flower language, the fan signals, the calling card protocols. Museums preserve the instruction manuals for these systems. Etiquette books, flower dictionaries, guides to proper courtship behavior. Reading these alongside the actual letters and objects creates an interesting tension. The guides describe the ideal behavior, but the letters reveal how messily people actually navigated a courtship, how often they broke the rules or improvised, or just did their best with imperfect knowledge. Contemporary courtship has its own material culture that will someday be in museum artifacts. Text messages saved in phones, digital photos, social media posts, emails. These are the love letters of our era, but they're fundamentally different from physical objects. A text message doesn't degrade over time unless it's deliberately deleted. It doesn't yellow or fade or become fragile. It exists identically the day it's sent and decades later, if the data is preserved. This changes the relationship between the object and the memory. A faded love letter physically embodies the passage of time. A digital message doesn't. It's frozen perfectly, which is its own kind of strange. Some museums have started collecting contemporary courtship artifacts, recognizing that today's texts and emails and digital photos are tomorrow's historical documents. But collecting digital ephemera is complicated. How do you preserve a text message conversation? As screenshots, as data files, as printouts. Each method loses something. The original context, the experience of scrolling through the messages, the interface and platform that shaped how they were received. Future historians trying to understand 21st century courtship from preserved text messages will face different challenges than historians who are studying 18th century letters. The really interesting question is what our contemporary courtship negotiation will look like to people 100 years from now. Will they see our dating apps and instant messaging as liberating technology that democratized romance, or as alienating systems that commodified human connection? Probably both. Just as we have complicated reactions to historical courtship practices, the elaborate rules seem stifling and artificial to us, but they provided structure and meaning to people at the time. Our practices will seem equally strange to future observers. What all these museum artifacts prove is that courtship has always been about negotiation. Not in a cold, transactional sense, but in the fundamental sense that two people are trying to build something together, and that requires communication, compromise, risk-taking, and hope. The tokens, the letters, and the rituals are the tools for that negotiation, ways of expressing feelings that are difficult to express, ways of testing compatibility before making permanent commitments, ways of signaling intentions across the social distances created by etiquette and propriety. The objects also prove that love survives in physical form, if we're lucky. Someone kept these letters, preserved these rings, pressed these flowers because they mattered. The relationship might have ended in a happy marriage, or a painful separation, or an early death. But at some point, these objects were precious enough to be saved. That preservation is its own form of love. Not the original romantic love, perhaps, but a different kind of love. The archival impulse that says, "This mattered. This deserves to be remembered." You turn away from the museum display, these fragments of other people's romantic lives, and you think about your own negotiation of courtship, however you're conducting it, with whatever tools and technologies your era provides. Maybe you're writing texts that feel important in the moment, but might seem trivial later. Maybe you're choosing gifts that will outlast the relationship, or maybe they won't. Maybe you're navigating the same fundamental questions that people have always navigated. How do I show someone I care? How do I know if they care back? How do we move from being separate individuals to a partnership? How do we negotiate a shared future when the future is so uncertain? The museum artifacts can't answer those questions for you, but they can remind you that the questions themselves are ancient, that countless people before you have asked them and muddled through toward answers that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. The negotiation of love continues, generation after generation, with different tools and vocabularies, but with similar hopes and fears. We're all trying to connect across the distances that separate our individual human consciousnesses, trying to build something lasting from feelings that are ephemeral, trying to turn private emotions into shared realities that can survive the passage of time. And perhaps that's the real legacy of these romantic artifacts. They prove that the attempt matters, even when the outcomes are uncertain. Someone carved that token, wrote that letter, pressed that flower, not knowing if the relationship would last, but hoping that it might, believing that the gesture itself had value, even if the future was unknowable. That hope, preserved in objects that outlasted the people who created them, is what these museum collections really contain. Not just evidence of courtship practices, but proof of the enduring human conviction that love is worth negotiating for, that connection is worth risking rejection for, that the attempt to bridge the space between I and you into we is among the most important work any of us will ever do. The night is deep now, and your breathing has slowed. The stories of courtship and negotiation, of letters sent across oceans and tokens pressed into trembling palms, begin to blur gently at the edges. Perhaps you're thinking of someone you love, or someone you've loved, or someone you hope to love. Perhaps you're remembering a letter you once wrote, a gift you gave, a moment when you asked a question and waited, heart pounding, for an answer. Perhaps you're simply drifting, letting the images wash over you, pressed flowers and wax seals, calling cards and secret codes, ships departing and ships returning. These negotiations of the heart continue, in forms both old and new. The specific rituals change, but the underlying current remains constant. The desire to be known, to be chosen, to build something beautiful with another person despite all the obstacles and uncertainties. It's complicated work, this business of loving. It always has been. The museum artifacts prove it. The historical accounts confirm it. The letters tucked away in attics and archives all testify to it. But people keep trying, keep hopping, keep negotiating their way toward connection. And that persistence, across centuries and continents, across changing customs and evolving technologies, is perhaps the most romantic thing of all. Let these thoughts drift gently away now. Let the weight of history settle softly around you like a blanket. You've traveled through centuries tonight, witnessed countless courtships in all their messy, hopeful, sometimes heartbreaking complexity. You've seen how love was negotiated when negotiation was all there was, before spontaneity was prized, before genuine chemistry mattered more than social compatibility, before we expected marriage to provide romantic fulfillment along with an economic partnership. You've learned the secret languages, decoded the tokens, and understood the risks people took for connection. And now, as sleep begins to find you, let all of it fade into a gentle, formless peace. The letters are written. The flowers are pressed. The tokens are exchanged. The questions are asked and answered, or left beautifully, peacefully unanswered. The negotiations of love continue without you now, as they have for centuries, and as they will for centuries more. Your work tonight is done. You've listened well. You've learned the old languages of longing. Now rest. Let history hold these stories while you drift into dreams where perhaps you'll write your own letters, press your own flowers, and negotiate your own tender pathways toward love. The fan closes gently. The seal is pressed. The ship sails into the morning,